Peace, everybody. Peace. Wait for everyone to get up in here. I'm going to play a song real quick. Peace, everybody. Can everybody hear me? Cool. So I just want to talk a little bit about stars and how I had someone disagree with me. I was going to make it an open panel, but I want to see if any other people see stars through the moon or the so-called sky through the moon, and what do people think the moon is? Because me personally, I've seen stars, wandering planets through the moon. I even researched to find that other astronomers or philosophers seen stars through the moon in the 1800s, 1700s. There's tons of pictures with people with P900s, P1000s, and a certain individual had a disagreement with me because I also said the moon could possibly, be a hologram. Or maybe a reflection. I was thinking like you hold a light to a mirror and the reflection is sort of a lesser light. I don't know what the moon is. I never flew up there. I can't say for sure that anything I say is factual, but one thing I know that's factual is I see stars through the moon, and in the daytime, you can see the blue sky through the moon. And what's real amazing about the moon is when it's going through its cycle, whatever, the black body is that allows the moon to do its cycle, I should say, or every 30 days or maybe 28, it renews itself. It reminds me of like when you're driving your gas tank gauge. I think the moon, people say the moon's demonic or it's been synchronized to Satan and Jesus synchronized to the sun. The moon in itself is pretty interesting to me. I've also heard people say they've seen roads on the moon. I think most of them photos are photoshopped. I've heard people say the moon is sort of a peace, renegade. You're frozen, renegade.
Peace, Charles. I will. Can you hear me now? Peace.
Yeah, I
Peace,
hear
man,
an echo.
Okay, I did have my YouTube on my mobile phone in the same time. But continue with your thoughts, and I would like to listen to it because I got things to interact with that. So you got the floor, man. Peace.
As I was saying, like some people claim the moon is a reflection of our plane, and the darker part on the moon is it the darker or the lighter part? Well, either or. Some of it is the continents. I think it's the lighter part, and the darker part would be the oceans. I've heard so many speculations. And when I was looking at the craters today, I thought of how we possibly live in a crater, because I've heard stories of the giants mining this place, and that makes sense to a degree. So, but like I said, the moon is very, I don't even have a word for it. It's difficult to figure out, even if it's see-through, where's the source of light coming from. If anyone has a good P900, you can also see a star that moves exactly with the moon. I seen footage and it kind of made me think of that star could be projecting the hologram of the moon. But what would you like to say, Renegade? What do you think?
Yeah, for me, it's like I'm actually born at the full moon, 1971, and I'm the star sign Cancer. So for me, the moon is the central thing in my life, and it's still a magic question about it. And I was looking at the moon today. The moon was up in the daytime. It's impossible on a spinning ball. And when it's like a half moon or you see a piece of the bright side of the moon, you also see the blue sky behind the moon. And the moon and the sun has exactly the same size. And
Very true.
for me, that people talking about there should be roads on the moon and aliens and stuff like that, that's more like a science fiction cool thing to bring up if you would like to speak about it. But for me, it's more a natural thing, and I can also feel the vibe that it's a silver screen, taking pictures in every faces on the heart, the earth, as we heard about that. Maybe we're living on the moon, but the moon that we see in the sky is a reflection of the real moon that we're living on in this crater thing. And I'm more into that vibe, and I've been checking out Vibes of Cosmos, where it's pinpointing all the continents, and that's a hard thing to get the bubble birth on it, because I think that he's on it. And for me, is you got the 28 days, you got the full moon, you got the new moon, and every new full moon is a new picture of the place we're living on. So if you see roads and aliens and stuff like that on the moon, for me, it's like you're looking in a mirror. It's happening down on the ground zero level where we are at. So for me, the moon is more like that. It's like it gives us the seasons, the movement of the moon, and the magic about the moon, and the questions, because I think that we are here to questioning things, and then we can bring up and say, I don't think nobody can say it is like this, but it could be like that. That is my point of it. So we're researching and checking it out every day if it's possible, because you can't see the moon every day, especially in the night. I mean, it's more likely that the moon is up on the daytime in my world. So yeah, the moon is the moon, and it's there. It's the opposite of the sun. I mean, the sun is septic, and the moon is antiseptic. If you get hurt in the nighttime when the moon is up, you're gonna have problem. But if you get hurt and your bloodstream gets on and the sun is up, you're gonna get healed. So it's like the yin and yang for me. It's pretty obvious that the yin and yang tells me plenty of where we live. Just look at the sign. You have and in that case also we have the black sun. It's not the moon that blocking the sun when it's an eclipse. No, I think we have a black sun, and the black sun is from underneath of us, and the sun up in the sky for me is a projection of Polaris. But let's get back to the moon. What is your vibe about the moon, Charles? Because I know that you are an observer and bring things into your questions, and yeah.
I just want to say salute to Melissa T, Ghetto Child Clinic, and Sir Drop.
Yo, Sir Drop, peace to the chat. Peace to the chat. Salutes to you guys.
Melissa T said it could be plasma. I've heard that also.
Yeah. I mean, plasma is plasma. It's still a silver screen. Silver screen is for me like an old photography type of thing. You can bring it up to the surface if you lay down in the liquid. And if you look up at the moon, you can see the waves on the moon. I don't know if it's Crow 777 brought it up, or some guys that took pictures on the moon. You can see the moon waves as the moon is like laying in water. And if you take a picture and you put it down in the water, you will see you will have the same type of reaction as the moon has. Hey, Sir Drop, big much respect, man. Peace to you, man. Peace.
Peace.
Yeah. Even I just want to salute the Deion Sandals too, but the black part, I've heard of it being Rahu or Ketu, but whatever that is that shadows the moon is also see-through. Because
you know how they give you the moon in the cartoons and it winks and smile, them
Yeah.
are the parts you see through in the moon. But sometimes it's more solid than hologram. Sometimes you can't see through it, and sometimes you can. It get more dense. It seems like it. Like I don't know. It's weird. Like it fill up, and then as it releases, and you can start seeing transparently through it. To me, that's what I noticed. Because sometimes on a full moon, I can't see through it. It's too bright, or it's too much of something. And sometimes it's barely in the sky where it look like paper mache. You know what I'm saying? If
Yep.
thin as a coffee filter, and then sometimes thick as a plate. Let me put it like that.
Like in the morning time when the sun's cracking the horizon and the sky's like sort of blue. I get what you're saying. Because there's been times in the daytime I could see through it. And at nighttime it seems more, you could see like bright stars through it. But as far as seeing through it like in the daytime with the blue sky, I get what you're saying.
Did you Google some images? It's people that done took pictures and everything of that. Yeah. Yep, you can see stars behind them.
Oh,
What's
yeah.
crazy to me is how they say the stars is the furthest things away from Earth, yet we see them over the quote unquote planet. You need a telescope to look at Mars, but I could see a star that's 10, 15 times further with my naked eye. To me, that let me know we don't know what those stars is. You know what I mean?
Somebody took, they were on a mountain and they zoomed in on a light that was on a tower, and it looked just like when you zoom in on a star. The light had like a frequency, the way it was dancing around, and it was a light on the tower. I thought it was a star he zoomed in on.
So you saying them can just be lights in a fixture, huh? That's what Eddie Griffin said. He said, man, them satellites and stuff, they just screw on the dome, screw at the top.
I had said that before too, a long time ago, but I can't prove it. It's a possibility, because some people say the firmament is.
Would it be human though that did that? Would this explain something else? Because I don't think a man can do that. Me personally, maybe because
I
my
thought
brain.
if the Titans existed, they could have built the firmament, but I don't know to be exact.
Yeah. Yeah, the Nephilim could have built it, along mixing with them Anunnakis. Yeah, if that's true stories, hell yeah. People tend not to believe in shit no more. If you don't know, you gotta believe something. You don't believe nothing. Everything a lie, everything a hoax, everything is it's not. This is why I call it believe.
They make it though, so it's confusing. Because we have been lied to about a lot.
Like my mom always told me, man, take it for what it is and what it means to you. And your truth ain't everybody's truth. Everybody don't think like you. That was it. Your truth, not everybody's truth, and everybody don't think like you. She was telling me this.
That's real good advice.
Yeah, because I used to always be saying, why they ain't do this, Mom? Why they ain't do that? Why they ain't do this? Like everybody don't think like you. That's what you would have did. You know what I'm saying? Everybody got their own little. It'd be a lot of control freaks that deal with that problem too. Yeah, you gotta think just like them, and they be stressing themselves out on that. People is different and got their own pattern of thinking.
I want to say peace to D. Allen Warren and Little Wing 6 was 9.
Yeah,
but what do you think, Drop? You think the moon could be I lost my train of thought.
Hologram.
Yeah, hologram.
Either that or a portal. That's the only things I'm going with. I know it's not a rock for sure. I know for sure it's not a rock. So it's
I agree
either a
with that.
portal, like
Yeah.
like somebody I think on Bros Sanchez, somebody had said like when they shine the bat symbol. I don't know who said it. Shout out to whoever said that. But like in Batman, when they shine the bat symbol, it looked like the moon, right? So then I'm like, well, okay, that's a movie. So I got to thinking. I remember, you know how they search for the planes on the landing thing at nighttime, and you see them big circles going through the sky. Any of y'all ever saw this? Where like they shooting it, they letting the plane know where the landing spot is at, and they had these big circles going in the sky and shit when it's real dark. Y'all ain't
Like a
never saw that?
searchlight, like one of them big they have those at I've seen them. I know what you're talking about. Like the
And
bat
it puts
signal.
circle, yeah, it puts a big circle in the sky like the moon.
Like they did in the Batman movie when they would put the symbol up in the sky.
Yeah. What if the sky was like, all right, say the North Star would be like the movie projector, the little light at the movie theater, right? That filmed the whole movie. What if Polaris is just a long ass video of the sky? That would
Hmm,
be fucked up if they tricked us like that. Like it's just playing.
could be.
And then that's how they'll know what eclipse is coming today. If you look up today, it's gonna be because y'all done saw it a billion times. Who knows, man? What if all the forecasts was, man, let me quit, man. I know they keep blanking it out with these chemtrails, though. They don't want no clear skies nowhere. I don't know if that's for travel, where they can travel over the mist and you don't see these aircraft and shit they got. I don't know if it's so we can't look up and see the stars. They might be fixing shit in certain areas. They blacken the sky out. Who fucking
I
knows?
I got pictures of these chemtrails when they're spraying them and it makes the line. I got where there's reflections up above the chemtrail they sprayed, which is weird. Like the light is bouncing off and the reflections up above it instead of below.
Yeah, but that's what they say they use them for. They put particles in the chemtrails that make the sun reflect back, and they saying it's for to stop global warming. So they trying to cold freeze it up a little bit, and that's why we have fake rain and fake snow, and that's what they say they doing. But who knows? That's the only answer they ever gave. Once they debunked contrails, they had to give an explanation on what them planes is doing. So they started saying, okay, if they not spraying nothing, what flight was that? And they ain't had no flight. Like you gotta have a flight. This is the Air Force is doing this shit. You know what I mean? This ain't like United. It just no. So they like, what flight was that? Where was you going? And then, but if you look like in California and shit like that, it's way worse. They'll throw checkerboards for miles. Like up here in the Midwest, it's cool. They might put an X. They might just have four of them connect at a point and fly off, and then that'll turn into clouds. If you look at California, Hawaii, and they chemtrails, they really doing something. We talking a tic-tac-toe board, man. You can Google it anytime you want to. Chemtrails in California sky. Las Vegas, they go crazy too because they trying to make it rain. You know what I mean? Las Vegas dry as fuck, and California dry as fuck. So that's what they doing. Yep, yep, that's what they doing, trying to get some moisture over there. Hopefully, I hope they ain't just trying to do some nanotechnology where we breathe this shit in and it connects to our brains and all that. Hopefully not. You ever heard of nanobot?
Yeah, nanotech. Yep.
They always sneeze. Forget people's privacy, dog. Sneeze that shit right the fuck out. Don't put it in your arm. No, try to get somewhere and sneeze that shit right because that's your body's natural response to foreign things. So you sneeze. So don't and hold it. Oh, that's the worst you can do. that's the worst. You might get sick now. Your body was trying to get rid of the germ or whatever foreign came in. That's what the nose hair is for. Now, where the nose hairs connect, that tendon goes straight up to your brain. That's why people snort dope and everything.
That's why you don't clip your nose hairs too much. They're there for a reason, like you said, to stop particles from going up there and into your lungs.
And the wrong particles make it tingle. You could smell a rose all day. You ain't about to sneeze. No, because it's nature. Go smell
Little Wing.
motherfucker.
My bad. Go ahead, drop.
No, I'm cool. I am kind of going on and on.
I was just saying, Little Wing said Polaris is an extension of Draco in some cultures.
I ain't diverse with it. That sounds interesting though. So who is Draco?
Isn't it? I think it's a star system, Draco, or a star. Because I was also looking at the stars through the moon and Polaris in the North Pole. I was trying to find more maps that had what is the mountain called in the center there? Not Mount. Is it Mount Meru or?
Mount Meru. Mount Meru. The Tree of Life.
I can only find Mercator's maps, and
you have Yggdrasil. But my thoughts about the Polaris is that all lights of every lights. I can show you a little experiment that I like to do. I've done it before. Check this one out. Okay, so if you got the clock over us, let's say the light behind me is Polaris. That's the Polaris star. I live really close to the North Pole in Sweden, southwest of Eden. That's the thing. So if the Polaris is bringing all of the lights, this will be the stars. Check it. You got the clock and you got the movement. See? It's not that hard, really. This is just an easy experiment to do. So if I turn this one around, the stars will tinkle up in the sky. It will do like this. So for me, the light source of all light sources, we are light beings. It's from the Polaris. That's the star that gives us all the lights. As Sir Drop, he got his lights in his eyes on his avatar. And the same thing here. You got the matrix. If you move it, see what I mean? See the stars? It's the reflection. So that's how I'm working. Everything is physical. Everything is near us. Everything is up in the sky. You can easily look at it. And about the moon, I still believe that the moon is a projection of our creator, Earth, that we're living on. It's like a silver screen. Always taking a new picture on the Earth every day. The only problem I have with it is that it's not bigger than it is. And it's like if you look through a hole in the sky, it's impossible to make it bigger. It's a law of perspective. So that's just my theory and thoughts. So, peace.
It's a good experiment.
Yeah, that was interesting.
I think everything is a piece of logic. It should not be that complicated Einstein equations every time.
Huh.
I mean, it's if you go down to the very basic fundamental thing, as you drop, when you make music, the best beat, the best groove is always the most easiest groove you can do. It's not, if you make it complicated, it will sound weird. As long as you keep to the 1, 2, and the middle room of the beats, you got the groove. As long as you make it complicated, it will not be a swinging, groovy groove. The basicness, just listening to reggae, boom, prop, you got the easiness going on. And that makes the groove. And for me, that is the world that we're living in. Get down to the easiness. So
you got people that don't have groove, right? They really don't have rhythm. So this is why come off like ba 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 da ba da ba boom 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 ba
Yeah.
ba da ba 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 da ba da ba boom ba boom ba
Yeah.
da.
Yeah.
Because
Now
that's
we're
their
talking.
rhythm. Then other people got a different rhythm. It's like, to me, every culture got a different rhythm. So
Yo.
you hear it in the music, like you hear the cha cha, you hear that in their soul and everything. When the best of them people do that music, when the
Mm.
best of rap music do they shit, you can feel it. It's like that's their culture. But not culture is in how they live in. I'm talking about how people feeling and how they vibration move. When you
Yeah,
listen to
right.
reggae, the top people, you can hear, you can feel. The same with techno though. See, techno don't have no rhythm, but when I watch people that listen to techno, I understand why they like techno music. Because
Yeah.
that's just how they move. They're not listening to music to groove and dance for real. They
Oh,
probably studying for a test or something and got that just banging in the background reading.
yeah.
I got it. I fucking got it, G. Fucking got it. It's a
Love that.
different purpose of
Yeah.
the music. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
yeah. Ooh. You on it, man. Ooh. Loving it. Loving it.
Peace,
Yeah.
Adrian. Misa
Peace.
L said, "Stars are not physical; they are frequency." And that's what I was gonna say. Because when pull my telescope out and I'm looking at the stars, they look like they're dancing with some sort of a strong. I don't know if it's a vibration or the light. Like what you showed, Renegade. Um,
Yeah, it's
that's a
water.
possibility. That's a
Yeah.
possibility.
Yeah.
But
With,
what's
it's
making it dance? It looks like electricity, more or less.
electricity and water is
I think he
electricity.
meaning this.
Vibrate. Yeah.
I think he meaning it's not solid when he's saying that. I think he meaning it's like what you saying. That's something like some type of light,
Mm.
some type of what they call them. What is it beside light? What, whatever it's called. Yeah, that's what they is. I believe all that stuff is that. I don't believe there's no solid thing up there. I don't even believe the sun is burning. Man,
Mm.
that shit is something completely damn different. It's something that would burn you, but if it was
Yeah.
burning, it would have burnt out by now.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
That's another thing about the sun. They say it's 10 times the size of Earth. Well, if that was the case, this morning I'm watching the sunrise and I could look to my left where the sun was coming across the horizon before it hit the horizon, before you could see the actual sun, the light. You look to the left, it was dark, and you look to the right, it's dark. But in the center, the sun, there was the light coming from the sun. Now, that wouldn't be possible if the sun was 10 or 50 times the size of Earth. It would light up the whole entire horizon.
Yeah, that is true, but they would try to equate it to distance. You know how they'll play that.
Yeah.
The thing is also when you're looking at the moon in daytime, you should, if I have the moon and the sun up in the same time, the shadow doesn't add up. It's vice versa. It's completely the other way. And in the same time, you should not give any shadow when the sun is up in the same time as the moon. But the moon is still half, 25%, or new moon, full moon, though even if it's up in the same time. So the sun and the moon doesn't have anything to do with one another. It's completely opposite. That's my thoughts about it. So yo, Mod Plat You'd up. It's Eddie's channel, me and my Eddie's channels. You know that, Charles. They're saying that.
And how you know they light is like you never saw behind the sun. They say you rotating around it. That's a bunch of crap. But the
Yeah,
moon, you definitely don't rotate behind the moon. So when you look up there and see that circle, you don't know if that's a ball. You don't know if it's like
yeah,
bro was talking about the bugler. You don't know like do it like the front of it a circle, but is it like a bullhorn?
yeah,
Is it like a CD or is it a ball? You never see the sides or back of it. That's why I think it's like shining a flashlight on the wall. That light that's on the wall is what the moon is to me. But go ahead.
yeah. Right. You're right. Let me ask you this question, sir. Where you at? How long is your day and night for a period of a year? Do you have longer days in the winter or in the summer, or do you have the same amount of hours on a 24/7
On the
scale?
winter, on the winter. Oh, you go ahead, Charles.
Shorter.
We still, yeah,
So
Me and
that means
Dropper are probably in the same area, so we have longer days in the summer and spring and shorter in the fall and winter.
yeah, right. Same as I have. I have like 4 hours of daylight in the winter time, and then where I live, in the solstice of the summer, the sun doesn't go further away. It's up all night, all night. It's daylight in the middle of the night, and I think that is a part of the anilemma and the center of so-called plane gives us that thing because you have places on the earth when you have 12 hours daylight and 8 hours, I should say, 8 hours of daylight, and then you have nighttime. And when the sun disappears, it's like bum. But where I live, it's fading in, it's fading out every day. It's not the same. That's the big difference to living as I do near the magnetic center. You know, I'm
Have
pretty close to North Pole, so it's a different type of fading in of the days. It's getting shorter for at night now where I live, and in the summertime we got long days. So, and that says a lot. It says a lot how it
ha-
travels above us.
have you ever seen Renegade? I know you're up near the pole. It's like Alaska, and I seen a picture from Alaska that was the sky was half day and half night.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I did see it actually today. Was very weird. It was like I did not see any stars, but I could see Venus up in the sky. Only Venus, no stars. I have to go out and
Wow.
look. Yeah, so if I go out now and check out the skies because it's not chemtrail today, and it's not many days a year you can really see a clear sky. That's it's fucked up as it is. I mean, we don't have the opportunity to just watch the sky as we should be. But I also have the aurora borealis, and that thing has also a sound to it. You can look at it and you hear, you can listening to it. It's like,
You're right about that. I forgot about
yeah,
that.
that's the
I don't.
thing. It's like if you're dragging ice or something, it's electrical sound on it. So it's very deep sound, and you can look at it and you can also listening to it.
Those
That's yeah.
observatories zoom into the stars and listen to the frequencies.
I know. I like when going to work, right? Like if you got to be there at 6 in the morning, you would see the day taking over the night, right? You actually see it coming from from where it's coming from. The thing you never see, it just appears and you notice it is when it's fully daytime. It ain't like you see it keep eating the sky up. No, just you would just pull up at work, look up, and it's daylight. You like, man, when did it do it? I was just watching the whole shit, and I can't never catch it going from night to day, the whole process. You know what I mean? It seemed like it gets lighter, and now it's light. But you can see where the light started at. It's definitely coming from the sunrise for sure. It's definitely coming from the sun. I don't know, man. And I'm now. I don't know, man. I don't think the Earth a globe, man. But I don't know about this flat shit all like that. I
Uh,
don't think niggas know what this shit is, man. Motherfuckers be acting like they know. You don't know. That's like a that's like an ant. That's like an ant living in a house and think that's what the world is.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, where you at is flat as hell.
Oh,
There's so many different portals to travel through and so many different laws of nature. When you go through these portals, I believe motherfuckers be like, man, well, you can't go physically, but you're physical when you go through them portals in a physical form of where you at. So, like, say when you go to sleep and you dreaming, that shit really physical in another realm. It's just not physical here, and you can't bring it back. But your other world is saying that you could be dreaming this whole existence, and you only gonna remember 10 minutes of it when you wake up in a whole nother realm. Whatever happened today, it was a dull day. The person in that other realm will wake up and not remember it. Something tragic happened here. The other person dream that shit and wake up and say, man, I dreamt I got arrested by the police. In this world you did. And I ain't saying that as to be fact. I'm saying who knows, this shit can get deep as hell. That's all I'm saying. And people want to put a stamp on it, like the truth don't evolve, like truth get truther and the facts change. It's a fact we live right now, but when he ended, it ain't a fact no more. But by us going live can put more into the truth before it would, okay, the color green, right? Hey, but no, I can add a little yellow, now it's lime green. Nah, man, add a little black, now it's pine green. The truth is it's green. The facts of the shade of it changes. And that's the same thing that happens with the truth. It presents itself in different. It's hard. I can't explain it. Like I said, it's hard to explain. But it presents itself in different ways. Yeah. What they say, the saying is somebody's trash is another man's treasure. That's what the truth is.
So peace to Chan TV. You're putting up some things over there. What's cooking, man? What's cooking?
Yeah, I'm trying to get his screen full, but
shouts out to everybody. This right here, shouts out to Sir Drop, Charles Was, and Renegade One, and everybody in the chat. Yeah, this what you can see on the TV is like you would see a flat Earth, but on top of the flat, on the bottom of the flat Earth, you would see like another world right here, and then under that world is basically projecting like a disco ball through that we'll say through that center point light that we're getting from that electromagnetic field, producing all of these lights right here that we will see that produces like the luminaries. You see, if you guys would think about a disco ball in the club, that one ball, and then you can see the whole club just lit up with all these lights. Yeah. This is like the same effect basically. So I'm trying to this is on a loop because this is the only way I guess I could share it right here for now. I hope y'all can see it. It's gonna loop again. It's gonna start from the bottom to show you like the like how this is a depiction of the, I believe it's out of the two. I need to get it clarified, but it's either the Norse or the Nordics or the Vedics. One of these cosmologies, basically, they believe like this, like right here. See, when it loops right here, you'll see it.
So that's Polaris shooting the rainbow colors out of the right. Light spectrum.
Right. See, at that bottom under, like you got some people who got that inner Earth theory that feels like, you know, when you go to the North Pole, that spinning, and you get caught up in that center, you end up reaching down below up into the, you know, subterranean part of the Earth. So it's like this projection from this cosmology would be showing like, hold on, these people basically trying to text me. Yeah, it would show the cosmology where the people would think that the those lights or that magnetic field is coming from basically under that that center point where we have Polaris, that magnetic field at the center of the you know, our flat Earth here. So yeah. And then it projects all of the lights in the spectrum, as you can see. And then these lights are symbolic to like the chakras. You know, it's all symbolic because it's like you can see the 7 lights. It's like 3 here on the side here, and then the one in the middle that's shooting straight up, and then that one is blue. And you got the other 3 on the other side that would like be symbolic to our 7 chakras, you know. And it goes straight up into that light up at the top right there before it and that's that Polaris. That's what we would normally be seeing at the top there.
Yeah, love that, love that. Good observation, Chan. Really
Yeah.
good. I can show you this one again. This is my observation from the kitchen.
Hold on, I gotta put it back.
Yeah. So let's say that I have the Polaris is behind me. That one is Polaris, and you got the matrix. All of the lights is popping from the Polaris. So if I put this one, see what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, this is just the matrix that we're living in. The stars, the planets, or whatever they call it. It's like I'm twisting it, and you see the stars. So I mean, for me, everything is very logical and very basic. And the thing that you show now, Chand, it resonates with me totally. So this is the star system, the clock above our heads, moving easiness. So that's just a reflection that I'm dealing with, because I think everything that we're dealing with is pretty logic. It's not an Einstein equation. It's like the apple falls from the treetops, you know. So
Right.
yo, peace.
Yeah. Salute,
That was
man.
a very good shared Shan TV. I haven't seen a
It's the first
diagram
time
or a
I've seen
picture.
that, Khan. That
Yeah,
was
me
really,
too.
really good. Thank you for that one. Much respect, man.
It
Peace.
kind of shows like Polaris and the Black Sun. I wonder if they're
Yeah.
connected.
Yeah, because the black sun is just basically, you would say, it's the singularity. The Polaris would be the black sun basically, because it's one light that's projecting all of this other light. So yeah, you would say that everything coming from that singular point is coming out of a black hole. So
One source, yeah.
yeah, you know what I'm saying? Then it becomes singular upon the cyclical revolutionary pattern that is taking place with this magnetic field that they're barring us off from. So that right there is what's causing all of those. Like, as I said, it's just like what Renegade just put up a while ago with the disco. It looked like a disco ball effect, basically, as you would, So yeah, that's what's happening. From one ball, if you go to the club, it's only one. You only need one disco ball to bring the whole club full of all of those luminary lights, and that's all it is. They look like circles up in the club, but it ain't a circle that we could go to. It's just a light being projected from the magnetic field, as you could see from the Vedic cosmology there. And most of these things was already accepted before the NASA basically saw a way to criminalize the nature and shit and space. These motherfuckers was studying. Remember, they were studying the sea before they were studying going out of space to a different country. So something happened in the point when they were, going probably maybe too far to Earth, certain regions and stuff like that. Something happened to these explorers, and they all came together after a point and was like, yo, we got to stop the people from going there, first of all, because we could rape the whole world of like all of the natural resources of the world that's on these outer parts of these lands where they don't have that much inhabitation. So look, what I'm saying to y'all, I want to pose this to y'all. If they have physical men barring us away from the North and the South Pole areas, physical men, not ethereal men to say, oh, you got to die to go through the ice walls and shit. I don't believe that part right there. Because if that was the case, you wouldn't have physical bodies being police. And then look at the word, because I deal with wordplay. Word, police, polar ice. That's what this all is. The motherfuckers from the polar ice, they keeping you away from the polar ice caps where we could probably go charge up, power up, come back and give our people the knowledge of how to do certain things that they ain't teaching us how to do.
They're hiding us living over 80 years.
Yeah. But a question to you, Chand. Do you think the elite has the opportunity to go to the North Pole? Because if I go to the North Pole, the military will stop me directly. I can go to Svalbard and Greenland, and then they say stop. And that is every nation, United Nations, that stop me there. But who really here on this plane get access to the North Pole? Let's say Kanye West and all of these Hollywood weirdos. Do they have access to go to Mount Meru, to the
Yeah, my bad.
Yggdrasil?
My connection dropped. I'm sorry. I if y'all lost me and
Yeah,
shit.
that's cool. That's cool. But do you think that certain people on this place where we're living on have the opportunity and the access to go to the North Pole? I'm not allowed. You're not allowed. Nobody here is allowed. But the elites, do you think they go there and do some things? Or is it closed because of the species that live there will not let them in there? I've heard Admiral Byrd was flying around in that magnetic center, and he did see that Green Mountain, the Yggdrasil, and they did not let anybody in there. Hitler had his UFO thing. He was flying around, and that is a copy from the place because Admiral Byrd said that the species that are living on the North Pole, they have UFOs already. They can travel the plane easily.
Call it.
So
They, they
that's just
call
a
it.
thought that I have. So what do you say about that?
They call it Argartha, but look, let's rewind a little bit, and let me say this one liner. When he said police, polar ice, right? Now you gotta understand when you thinking of or you got Neapolitan, right? That's dealing with ice cream, all the colors, cool. But then you think of Napoleon. Napoleon is no policeman. See what I'm saying? Dealing with these Paladin things when dude just said everybody came together and said, nah, we can't let them come here. We found the real center. You know
Yeah, they
how
found
like
a
you try to,
source. Right.
and then
The north,
they
the
try.
source.
North,
Yeah,
yep, the
we
source. You got it. Go ahead.
yeah, but you know it's all politicians. It's all pole and ice. Everything that means something that controls the world. But how they made everybody turn a blind eye is they made the United States the gold mine. Oh, we found new United States. We're gonna teach everybody this. We're gonna unite everybody right here that's traveling. This gonna be their Las Vegas, and we gonna keep them here. Instead of, they took exploration all the way out the book, like y'all said. Them polar ice people gonna arrest you and jack your ship and pirate your ship. Yeah, but go ahead.
Oh yeah, feeling that.
They're hiding the source, and I think they're
Yep.
hiding lands also.
Oh yeah, because this look, they got other people who believe, well, who've showed, and they have accounts. I mean, I think it was y'all boy Dean. I think Dean Kendall gave me something to watch, and it's called the Iron Republic.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah.
yeah, if y'all know anything about that, was pretty interesting because then the video is like 6 hours, so I'm still on it. I'm still, getting through with it, but it's pretty interesting, and that's like beyond the ice walls. Like they found a crack. If you notice the map, the flat Earth map that shows the other concentric lands on the outside, I'll be showing that on my video, my live streams sometimes. So what happens is that those concentric lands on the outside, you would see like some cracks on the ice wall, the way they even draw it.
Yeah. I got a question for you, Chad. Where do you think these maps come from? I mean, is that a whistleblower that has put them out on the internet, or is it just a speculation that it could look like that? I mean, it's still a map, but somebody has to drop it. Somebody has to say, "Yeah, check this one out." I mean, where those map come from? Outside of the ice wall. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. If you can research that, who did drop those maps? That is very interesting. So
Yeah. These maps that we are seeing,
yo,
they come from an array of different accounts from throughout history. So what happened is that coming up into this time, what was accepted by the people was what was pushed after 1957, because they were always speculating that this earth was flat. That was like the first observation basically for most of the scientists. And then it started to become a debate basically to because they find a way. As I said, look, if you think about you finding something and discovering something that would be like a gold mine to the whole world, you know what I mean? You ain't gonna be able to keep off everybody, but you'll be able to get your leaders together and get together and be like, yo, listen, we're gonna have to lock this place off. Okay, so these maps that were made, they were made from people at first when they were trying to see, as I said, the reason why these maps are made is because they were discovering the seas first, bro.
You're right. You're right.
Everybody was interested in building a ship and trying to take them waters on. And they did. Before they came up with this Antarctic treaty, people were going places and reaching places they never knew before. It was like, wow. And they came back and, making accounts. But then the other people, which what I call these people, the Rosicrucianists, and these are the people who they gain the knowledge and they're going to use it for their own personal gain and keep it away from the people. So now when these people now did the voyages and came back and was given accounts, they were suppressed. These things were not put mainstream because the Rosicrucianists was like, you crazy, all that coal, all that iron, all that obsidian. What we could come on, man. Yeah, we can't let the world know you're crazy. We got to block off that from everybody.
Exactly.
I can't let them out.
And if you're looking at the United Nations map, you got 33 circles around it. And for me, that is the Freemasonry, 33 top level of it. And the rest we're not allowed to see. So it adds up what you're saying now, man. It adds up plenty. Because if we should know about the things around us more than 33 circles above the map, we should also know that the global warming is a hoax. Because we're living on a spinning ball, and if they put us in the psyop and say that we're spinning on a globe, that's mind control number one that people are dealing with. Because there is not many people that are down to this concept that we are speaking about right now. So if they can put us in this globe jail and say this is the shit, nothing else existing. We have materials, we have woods, we have more oceans, we have more fish, we have more food. And they claimed for a couple of days ago that now we're 8 billion soul beings walking around here. And we have to do something about it. We're too many. But if you do that equation, everybody on this plane should actually fit into Sweden area. And we should have like 60 square meters each to live on. That's it, on the whole plane. So we're actually not super populated. We are a few walking around on a big plane with loads of space.
That's everywhere. Even where I am in the Caribbean, I mean, we could drive from one end to the other end of the island, right? And then when you look on the two sides of you, it ain't nothing but plush, lush greenery and shit. And then when you see certain places, when you get certain places further in towards towards Kingston and shit, what happens is that you'll see like a conglomerate of it's like a farm area. It's just, you could see like endless trees of coconut trees and oranges and almonds and all sorts of shit, and it's just land, and they talking about this world is overpopulated. I'm like, you motherfuckers is lying. But see, the thing about it is that they have enough people who are operating on their low frequency with them. So these are the people who gonna be like, no, let's do what the government said. You know what I'm saying? These are the people who are the police. These are the people who are the let's say the people who guard these entities who we've put into power with our vote or whatever it is with this politic system. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we got to disband ourselves from that system right there first. Go start a whole civilization. I said, look, if all of the people in the conscious community, flat earth community came together and put $1, we could get millions of dollars and build a ship. and we could take that voyage and say fuck them, because that's all we need to do.
Yeah.
That's all we need to do. If we got, look, you know how many millions of people can fit on the ship, and just make sure we build it and put what we need to put on it to protect ourselves in case these polar ice people want to come try to stop us. I mean, this would have to be a real worldwide big thing, and I think we can do it. What's $1? We could get, I know there's 1 million flat earthers out here, and it probably take a couple of 100 million to build one of those big ass ships that could cut through those ice walls and shit. Yeah, we could do it. I know we could do it because that's all they did.
Oh yeah.
That's all they did.
Oh yeah, most definitely. And where I live, you know, we are 10 million people in Sweden, and I live up north in the hills.
Look at that.
When I go out in the day, it's so plenty of space to walk around in. I don't meet anybody in the woods.
See what I'm saying?
I
Look
mean,
at that.
we got so much space, we got so much food, we got everything. We're not overpopulated. No
Nowhere.
way. And as
Nowhere.
you say, the police, they're
Mhm.
the Polaris guardian of
Yes, there you go. You
Yeah.
got it. You guys got
Yeah.
it. They're the guardians of that ice. That what did you say? Polaris, right? That's it.
Polaris,
That's where the source
police,
is.
the controllers, they're
Mhm.
working under this government and say you're not allowed to smoke a joint, you're not allowed
Right.
to do that, you're not
Yes,
allowed
yeah.
to do this, you have to pay taxes, and that's the police, the Polaris government that rules this
Mm.
place, because they have
wanna
the
be the
knowledge
source.
about it, and they don't
Mhm.
want us to know about it, but
There
we
you go,
still,
Renegade.
yeah, man.
You on
So,
point, man. Go ahead, keep
Yeah.
on going, man. You just making
Yeah.
me feel good what you're saying, because that shit
Yeah.
is on point. That's exactly what's going on.
It
So that's
is.
why I said, why have physical bodies to block us away from these areas? Aren't we? We're still archaeologists and explorers and scientists too. What the hell?
Yeah.
I mean, we want to know. This is a free world. It's supposed to be a free world. Nature
Yeah.
is supposed to be free. We're supposed to roam and grow where we want to go. For them to do this and block us off from certain areas, it raises a lot of speculation. Like, what are y'all doing that for? What's the whole deal? Like, why? Why? They don't have anything really to explain to you more than they're gonna say, what, it's too cold, you might not well, that's our choice. That's my choice. I don't know how to strap up and put on triple fat gooses and all sorts of boots and all shit to get through this type of weather. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let us go. Let us go. But they don't want to do that. But men have done that before. As I'm telling you, these people used to go to the seas first, and they found something out there, and they was like, oh wow, we can't. It's like, nah, we can't tell the people. You crazy? We got to go in and we got to give different accounts. But there were people who were whistleblowers who, like Bird and these people, like, I mean, if you went there and saw certain things like that, man, no matter how much you were told not to say anything, man, you'd have to say something. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's what I look like.
That's the thing. The controllers, and therefore nobody. It's not many people. I mean, we are 98% of the people know a bit more where we live in, but the rest of the 98%, them stuck in the globe jail.
Yes,
that's the matrix. That's the globe jail.
Mhm.
And if you go outside of that, the thing was happened now in Sweden 2 days ago. They announced a new law. If you're critical to the system, if you're critical to the government, if you're critical to the system whatsoever, you can end up in jail minimum 3 years with no courts. They're just going to put you in jail. If you're questioning things, you will end up in jail.
Yeah, so that's the thing. These are basically tyrannical, forceful situations that they're putting people in. Now, who accepted that though? See, it's who accepts this that is going to affect.
Insane people, insanity. Like I say, they keep touching that hot stove, man, thinking a different result's gonna happen. They've lost their mind.
Yeah, you're right. Because how could you trust the same people that's like fucking you up? Like, that's eventually you should wake up. Like, how long does it take? So Some of us
Just
are
take
still not.
just take the energy question about it. I mean, today we have electricity. We charge our mobile phones. We cook food on electricity. But when you're
Mhm.
down to where we live, you know that free energy is free. It's what it is. I mean,
Mhm.
they've had it for long before us. Free
Mhm.
energy for everybody. But today they charge you so many dollars a month just to keep you down, just to go to work and do the thing. So for me, it's pretty obvious what's going on. And
Yeah.
research free energy. I mean, it
Look,
is
look,
free
look,
energy.
look at
Yeah.
look at all the government buildings and where they're at. If
You're
you
right.
notice, if they're not to the water, they're right across the street from the water. Because look, remember, salt water, seawater, it's always a constant flow in, out, in, out. So what they deal with is they harvest a pipe underground to make that seawater just be rushing in and out, and that causes certain things that they hook that up to, because that, remember, seawater ain't gonna stop. It's just gonna be, so this is what they figured out. If you notice, they got most of these plants and these government buildings and these uh, super domes and stuff, they're close to a water. Like, how the hell could they pay such electric bills for such a big, large structure that emits this much energy just to run the place? Think of it.
Yeah. And they
It
cover
has
that
to
up
be.
and say, this is a holy building, this is a
Mhm.
Christianity building, the
Mhm.
Muslims building. But the
Salt
same
water is
building
a
was there
conductor too.
before the
Oh yeah, there
religions.
you go. There you go, Charles. Was you on it? Saltwater is one of the biggest conductors. Another thing that I'm gonna let y'all know too. See, those ley lines that we got, that they got for the meridians, the prime meridians, and those cross meridians, the longitude and latitude lines. Those lines right there were lines that the ancients had figured out that this is attached to the Earth's power, sort of like, you know how you run like lines along the street and shit to basically light the streets. So the Earth is basically on certain lines. If you notice that the lines if you look at the top of a flat Earth map, you would notice that there's lines of longitude and latitude, right? Even a globe map got those lines, right? Those lines is where the Earth is basically like pulsating. So this is what happened with the pyramids. These guys build the pyramids on these ley lines. If you notice, some of the pyramids are exactly on the same latitude, longitude lines in different lands and shit. Because what it was is the free energy from the Earth that they were connecting, sort of like Wi-Fi, like antennas and shit, you know? Yeah, so just the sea has that endless energy where they figured out too. The land has endless energy because remember, the land is like, that's the grounds. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? You gotta have the positive, the air where you have all of the say the electricity and shit, all the lightning. The air itself is electric. That's why
Yeah.
you got these people pulling up these obelisks or these tall ass buildings with these nice let's say it's like a big ass pole, like the Eiffel Tower or the Empire State Building and shit. They got those antennas at the top because the air is electric. Shit, when you go certain parts up there, it ain't nothing but lightning flashing all over the place. So when it hits that tall structure at the top, that's enough electricity to power the building for years.
Yeah.
See, they ain't telling you shit like that. Tesla knew it. They knew it.
That map that you said shows the ley lines with the 33 reminds me of a dartboard, and we always hit the center, the source, the red dot.
There you go.
Yeah.
And you notice all of the lines converge to the center point.
Yep.
Now, why would that be? Because the center point is where all of the energy is coming from. So if these guys knew that right there, they knew the shit because they went there. Like our ancient people went there. There was no treaty to stop anybody from going all over this earth. People was roaming everywhere. Actually started from the damn center, to be exact. So they knew. Yeah, go ahead.
For me, the center is like you got the 4 rivers floating out in the oceans. That's the
Mhm.
pound coming from the inner earth. The water
There
comes
you
from the
go.
inside. Yeah. So you got
Exactly.
that. And you say
Exactly.
pulsating. You got a really good point there, Chan.
Mm-hmm.
The pulsating heart, the earth, as you put an H before it. It's the
Ah, there you
heart
go.
of it. And you got the pulsating from the magnetic center, from the center
Oh,
of
you
it,
on point, bro.
pouring
You
up
on point.
water, pumping it up,
Mm-hmm.
and you got tides, and you got the low waters. It doesn't have anything to do with the moon. As the topic
Nothing.
today is the moon. And
Yeah.
what was your thoughts about the moon that we're looking at? I mean, for me, that is a silver
Okay.
screen projecting the crater Earth or whatever we call it. We can say flat Earth or whatever. I know that Adrian is on the topic, talk about the crater Earth as we're living actually on the moon. But for me, the moon is just a silver screen taking picture of the heart every day, all over the plane. That's the picture of where we're living. So
Okay.
yeah, yes, some theories and thoughts about it, but I think we're on it today. So peace to the panel,
Mm-hmm.
man, and salutes to the chat, yo.
And also the source, I noticed they created a duality with the source. They broke it into two: the sun, the moon, or the
Mm-hmm.
devil, Jesus, good, evil. They
Yes.
always create a duality, or the brain, the left side, the right side. But to me, the brain's one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is one. I mean, but it's one just like it's two, because you can split one and make two and split the others. And that's basically what it all boils down to. It's like the singular split from the source. Like when you look at let's just say you drop maybe a rock inside of a pool, you could see the ripples. That's what's going to happen. One rock caused all those ripples. And even if you just see me talking right now, you could see the pulsating taking place on the outside of this avatar here. That right there is the same thing that's taking place at the center of our flat Earth, and rippling everything out. And then the ripples, it's like everything is cyclical. So ripples come out, then they bellow back in, ripple out. It's like it's breathing. You know what I'm saying? Just like you said,
The
it's a heart.
ocean too. The ocean's
Yeah,
like that.
yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's like it's breathing, because if you look at the ocean shore, right? Doesn't the water come hit the shore and then it go back in and hit the shore and go back? It's like that's exactly what the Earth is doing. So yeah.
What do you think these deserts are? Do you think the deserts are like used to be water there, or could that be because the giant trees? Like I also heard, I forgot what the computers are made out of, but these giant trees hold memory, and computers are made out of I think it's a tree sap, or a certain tree makes the computer parts that hold memory. And these giant trees remind me of that movie where people were blue. What movie was that?
Was it Avatar?
Avatar. And them giant trees, how they held memory like a computer.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Yeah, there's some giant trees that the material of the tree, it makes certain special paper like money. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, they locked up a whole bunch of things that we just we are oblivious to, man. It's like we just don't we know that they're hiding a lot of stuff, but because we can't get there to explore them the proper way, then we just gonna have to be in this right here until we finally decide to see. It's gonna have to be done by force. We can't sit here and just be talking and talking and talking. We have to just say, all right, listen, here's what we gotta do. They ain't got enough. There's not enough soldiers against the people, and that we can't. I don't understand why the people don't realize that. Like, yeah, 1 million people compared to maybe
programming. They're programmed.
You know what I'm saying? And that's the thing. They're just programmed to be scared and fearful, and that's the problem.
They watch too many movies.
Mm-hmm. But that's the thing. That's why they keep on. See, their way to get to the people who are low frequency is to continue to put out these new movies with these symbolisms and analogies inside of the movies. And they know that, oh yeah, you know, Charles likes to watch movies. And then this is the reason why they get so much information on certain platforms from us, so that they can also know what type of movies we like. That's a data. Like, you got somebody that's basically monitoring everything that we do on these things, like these platforms and shit, because they want to use it for marketing purposes. So in order for, and they work on our landing pages and shit like that. So when Charles, say if you was able to type in, like, just say you was able to just Google Africa, your landing page is going to be different from me and Renegade One's landing page on Google. Yeah, so stuff like that they're doing purposely to thwart us away from the source, basically. So these movies, that's what they
these
use.
phones, they're definitely always listening. You're right about that.
Yeah.
I did get a question from the chat, Sean. The thing that you showed when it did pop up on the panel, where did you get that from? Because that was very interesting to look at it. It's like, drop the link. Yeah, drop the link in the chat, or just tell my friend Platt you where he did get it. Because that was such a new picture. I've never seen it before. It was like, yo, really,
yeah.
Love that.
I'll be honest with you. You know, I was on where was I? I think I was on Firefox, and I just typed in flat Earth, yo. That's all I did. Honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you. I can't remember exactly what I did. It was just a picture that I got, and I turned it into a video, because it was just a regular picture, and I just started to actually like, oh wow, you know what I'm saying? And I just like, no, I like this. Yeah. So yeah, but I if I find it, I definitely Renegade One, I got you. I could hit you in the email, and I could send it to you exactly where it's at. I'll look back for it, but I do have the image. I could probably send you the image in the email, if anything. Okay.
Oh, that would be great, because I've got some friends in Sweden. We're not so many, but we are a few, especially Eddie Plattjord. Plattjord is flat Earth in Swedish, and he's one of the best researchers I ever met on here in Sweden. He's like super in it, and it's because I made him a flat earther for 1 year ago. He was a totally globist, but today he's done with it. So we're connecting on Telegram, and we speak a lot, and we have a YouTube channel called Plattjord Sweden. Sweden is actually southwest of Eden. See? So, and what I can bring into this topic is that I can see the place from near the magnetic center, and that's the thing that I can give. I mean, I know that Bro Sanchez would love to go to this place, but I'm still living here, you know. So now I'm observing, and I'm seeing it from a different perspective. So that is why I can put up in the build and give you things. So yeah, man, you got my mail and I got your mail. So let's connect even more, because we need to research together, do things together more than be divided on different platforms. I think this panel and this topic today is like, I'm really glad to have you guys around, because you're on it.
If you want, Shane, show that again, because there's some new people that came in, like 6 or 7 new people.
All right.
You don't have to if you want. You know,
no, I got you.
Do it.
No, Charles, it's good. What happened is, just, you remember, I had just lost power a while ago. I had looked out the door, and the public service, they out here working, and they just restored the power. So you're gonna have to give me a few seconds and shit. Let it kind of load back up, because I got you though. That's no problem. I got you.
I also wanted to say, it reminds me, like the Polaris, the North Pole, Mount Meru. It reminds me, it takes shape of like an umbrella too, with the source in the center, and then, you know, the way the stars are the umbrella, the top part.
Okay, yeah. I got some images of that too. Just give me a couple of minutes. Let me try to get this phone. I'm gonna mute up for a second, and I'm gonna try to get I gotta reset my Wi-Fi. So when I do that right there and everything comes back up, I'll be able to do that. So just give me a few minutes, all right? If you don't mind.
So
no problem.
Yeah, cool. The thing that I've observed when I've been looking at the Aurora Borealis, the green light, you got the silhouette of a big mountain on it. It's always there. Even though if the green light is moving in the sky, you still got the silhouette of a mountain. So maybe this winter, if I have the chance, I will take some pictures for you guys and send it over to you. And I also have a very good friend over here in Sweden. He's a photographer. He got the P9900 and Nikon P1000, and he's shooting the moon. And we are talking almost every day. So in a couple of weeks, we're gonna drop some materials on my channel and on Telegram, and real pictures that we've been researching, because I think that is the most important thing, that we the ones also do
Yeah.
our own research, not just relying on YouTube or whatever. Yeah, so I've got that thing going on in the future, so I can give you that in a short while. So that's pretty exciting, actually, that we have the opportunity to do that. So yeah, peace, Dino, from New Zealand. Hey, my friend. Yeah.
Peace. Just getting out of the pit. Yeah, it's just gone just 7 o'clock at Saturday morning here. So and raining. Can't see much out in the hills. Yeah, salutes to the panel. Charles Walsh, how are you, bro? I've been dying to get on here and have a yarn with you. Sean, how are you? Renegade.
Doing good.
Whoa. I want to talk about the bloody Tartarian mud flood, and I want to know why there are buildings in ancient old buildings, like Gothic buildings and such, where there are 30-foot doors with a little 6-foot door built in the bottom of it. Why
Yeah,
would they
just
build
like-
a 30-foot door?
I was showing that the other day on my live in Hartford, Connecticut, that big door I was showing. It was like 14 feet, the door.
Yeah. Why would they build those buggers like that and then put a little door in the bottom if the big door wasn't built by a big person?
Phoenicians were between 8 and 12 feet, I think it said, tall. And they lived on
I
America.
We tend to exclude a lot of information. I find, you know, like the Tartarian mud flood, people tend to take it as maybe a little bit of mental mind fuck and imagination. But you were talking earlier, I think the other day, Sean, about imagination, and how if we didn't even have imagination, we probably wouldn't even have the opening minds that we're starting to get. And I think these open minds are coming because we have this imagination. Oh, fuck, my imagination is rife at times. And probably why I make comments that people pick up on and think, oh, fuck, that cunt's a bit fucking crazy. Where did he fucking come from, you know? And I don't give a damn what anybody thinks, you know. Fucking think anything they like of me. I don't give a damn. You know. So let's get back to this Tartarian thing and say, well, why? Why build a door 14 feet high? Why build these bloody doors so massive? And then go and build a little man door underneath it. That's my big question.
I've got a point on this one. Let's say that the mud flood did erase plenty of the vegetables, and we got lack of oxygen. And today we don't have the same amount of oxygen that they had before. Therefore, the giants, before the mud flood, there was more oxygen on the plain. Therefore, bigger lungs and bigger people. And after the mud flood, we did not receive the same amount of oxygen. Therefore, we are smaller than those buildings. That's just a reach.
Okay, that's a reach. Here's a reach for me, and on that is that they have been controlling us mentally for so bloody long that we are just reducing in size because we're actually physically projecting our own shrinkage. Am I there?
That's a good point. You're there. Like a lot
Are
of
we
the
mentally mind-fucking ourselves into shrinkage? Because I am thinking that everything that we do, we seem to have this, I don't know, it's just like the world has excluded itself out of our minds. Because when I hear conversation that includes this world as being a physicality. But all it is a mental piece of block shit in your mind. It's not actually a physical thing. It's just a construct in the mind here. And we're using it as a physicality to describe things. But I like this question. If the dome exists over our head as a physical thing, why hasn't there been all these reports from Antarctica? Why didn't even birds say, oh, I can hear the bloody dome squeaking around in the ice, you know? I mean, you've got to think a bit of logic here. What kind of thing is a dome if it's going to cover something? Where's it ending? Where did it start? And why isn't it recorded as something that's making a noise as it goes through the ice? Because it'd have to if it's a bloody physical thing. Yeah?
Salute Eddie, platt jord. Välkommen man. Peace, peace. Cool.
Ciao. Hello, everyone in the panel. Nice
Peace.
to be here. Interesting
Peace.
talk as usual. So is the sound good or is it bad?
You're good.
You're good, man. You're good.
So I was just writing in chat. I can't see chat now because I'm on my phone. So I was just writing in chat as an answer to Dini's question of the huge doors. And as the way I see it is twofold. It's bigger people and they needed to get huge ass machinery inside those buildings after they built them. Machinery that's been removed now because we aren't allowed to know what it was, because it was all part of healing and free energy.
And a lot of government buildings, I've noticed, have domes, and the old Tartarian, I'll call it structure, or like in Connecticut and Hartford, the Capitol. I drive by there. I showed it on one of my lives. Its architecture is amazing, and I know for a fact that people, like, you know, and us, we didn't build that. No way.
No way.
Yeah, are you guys seeing this?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Let me put it on the
All right,
whole.
hold on. Yeah, let me start it over. My phone is dying. I was on the road a little, so that's why I gotta charge up. But I'm gonna show this right here and drop down after a while. I'm gonna let you see.
That if you can.
All right. Okay, what
Because
we're seeing here.
What this is showing, it reminds me of the domes in the government buildings. It's like the architecture is mocking the whole place, the way the dome and you get what I'm trying to say, right?
Mhm.
About
Those-
Tartaria and old buildings, I found a new channel the other week called Tartaria Australia Truthers or something, or Tartaria Truthers or something like that. Two Australian gals.
Campbell.
No, not Campbell. Two ladies.
Oh, yes, I know them. Yeah, they're on Campbell's show, though. Campbell actually promotes them. Yeah.
Yeah. They are really good.
Yes,
Really
I watched them
interesting
quite
story
a bit.
about Australia, how it differs from the mainstream sort of.
Even
Australia
Floating
was-
City.
Australia was built by convicts from the UK and other places. Bullshit.
Yeah.
Shand,
Laugh out loud. Bullshit. Yeah.
on this diagram, Shand, it looked like it was an octagon with 8 sides above the dome.
Yeah, or a pentagon.
Pentagon, that's what I meant. Sorry, yeah.
The five, five pentagon. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You was on it though. Yeah. So yeah, but the Pentagon. Remember, that's a building. The U.S. in the USA, it's even called the Pentagon.
Yeah, they were doing a spell and they set it on fire.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Charles, have you seen that thing about the where the airships in that Australian mud flood? And Campbell talks about airships.
No, I haven't.
He's talking about airships and those towers where the people embark and disembark in platforms at the top of those towers, and they use like the central part to hook the airship onto.
I know what you're talking about. The blimps.
The blimps, yeah.
In New York City, they had the Empire State Building had one.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of these
building for morning.
A lot of these maps and stuff, I found old maps that show like you have where it has a castle at the center where the source is. They always have a castle projected there, like the gods would live there or something.
Yeah.
Yep. It's always, this is as I said, this is a cosmology from the Vedics or the Norse cosmology. They knew something. They have some sort of, esoteric knowledge to this thing, and then you could see the spinning that's taking place. So they're not right. They're not wrong when they say we're on it's like as above, so below. Because if you put this right here below it, it would look like a globe. So sometimes they're not that wrong. They're just telling the half truth and not giving you everything that you should have.
I meant taller people, not the gods, because I think we're gods and goddesses, but
yeah, because the reality is, the gods, if you even think about even those mythological stories, the gods, even the one I did the other day about Medusa, she was in the temple of Athena. Athena was a goddess. So she got raped by Poseidon. And if y'all know that story, Poseidon, if you could do wordplay with that, that's just poisoned. That's just the word poison. So basically, yeah, Medusa was a good girl, we could say, because she was there praying at the shrine. That's Athena's shrine. So Athena's shrine basically was a shrine is like a church. So, and then she had an altar there where she had a statue of herself there, which was Athena, the goddess, but she wasn't there.
Who did Poseidon kill?
No, Poseidon didn't kill anybody. He raped Medusa.
Yeah, okay, you're right.
He raped Medusa in the shrine. And then it's like the goddess walked in. If you're a goddess, you ain't got to walk in. You would have saw it. You would have been hovering over it like, we were taught.
Like a motherfucker, yeah.
So she was the goddess that we know of, these ancients. These are men and women like you and I. But we just had the knowledge, or we had the know-how to run a country or to run a people who are because the myths were for pre-literate, and the word pre is before, and literate is to be able to read and write.
That's why I separate the creator or the source from the word God, because we call each other gods too much to say God in heaven, or you get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good on you, for that. I do the same, Charles. I find it a little bit ambiguous that we all should call each other gods and then turn around and call the Most High of all God as well.
Exactly.
But thanks for sharing that, Shan TV, man. I like that.
Yeah, man. No doubt, man. Look, my phone is on a trip right now. I'm about to plug it in. So I'm gonna drop down. But you guys, it's a pleasure to come through and share that with y'all. I got a notification because I'm subbed up and whatever. So, let's
Thank
pass
you.
it through.
Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
appreciate
Thank you very much, bro.
Thank you for linking up on that bullshit channel before, and because of that, I realized that who you are, and connecting with you after that is a bless, man. So peace to you, Chan. Much
Thank you, man.
appreciation, man. Much
And
love,
thank you
man.
guys for your support, man, and your attendance, man.
You're always welcome here.
Yeah, man.
Sure. Thank you for that. So
Yeah,
peace
man.
to everybody, and y'all have a great day. I'm gonna go ahead and try to get this phone charged up a little bit. So y'all go ahead and have a good day.
You
Yeah,
too,
same
man.
to you,
Peace.
And you.
Peace.
Check out the link in the chat, guys, who are on the panel. Save it for later.
Okay. I don't think
anyone-
Charles is able to screen share, but Eddie,
Maybe.
you are a hacker, so I know that you can screen share if you want.
Yeah, but I'm on the phone now.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Who wants a screen share?
No, yes, I'm just telling. I mean, yeah.
Charles is hosting, right?
Yeah.
Why not look all of you look at that short movie that I just posted in chat. It's really interesting.
Oh man, what do I do?
It's how the world is run and how few people there are running it and how many there are running. And that's
Alright.
just a depiction of the US.
Send me that link on
Like the
Telegram,
roads.
Eddie. Send me that link on Telegram later on.
Yeah, I can do that. I've probably done it before.
You
Charles,
probably have, but
you can play that and go full screen. It's about 6
taking-
minutes long.
I can't go
Okay.
into that. Look at that, and then come back here. Everything drops out for me. My fucking internet's lousy.
Yeah,
Man.
same over here. It's
Booted me out.
Yeah. So I'm about to leave you guys right now because I'm gonna do some business with Atlas. And salutes to you, Charles. Always nice to have you doing the live thing. And we continue from here. We got things to do. We got research to do. And we work together. That's the strength. That's the power of the thing. Work together and do research together and share knowledge. That's the thing. So peace out from me and Atlas. I'm gonna drop in on your next live, Charles. So peace out from me today. So
See you
Thanks for
later,
coming
Ren.
through, Renegade.
yeah, you know it. Always super peace. So telling
Peace.
you this, yeah, man. Peace. Take care, everyone. Have a good night. Catch you all later. I'm just gonna go out for a few walk with Atlas, and then I'll be back. See you later on, guys. Peace.
Give Atlas a big hug for us.
I will. Most definitely. He's the homie. He's the big one.
It's the bit.
He is.
Yeah, if you guys want to continue talking about Tartaria, go ahead, because I'm always interested in that.
Yes, I am quite interested in this. They talking about the doors for moving things in and out of. I would say that would be why build it so tall and in the shape of a man if it's going to be moving machinery. You'd want to put a bloody great wide folding door right along the side of the building and move machinery in and out. I don't think those doors were made for machinery. I think they were made for men.
Yeah, I know the men were bigger, but if you look on the inside, all the things inside are not made for huge people.
No, they've been reconstructed or refabricated. What I call.
We found lots of giant things like cutlery and weapons and stuff, like guns that you need 3 men today to carry.
Yes. Yes,
That's
yes. So
really
we know they existed, and we know
Yeah.
that fabrication
think when
is something that the Earth keeps people of the Earth seem to
Yeah.
want to keep doing. Yeah.
I think whenever they find a huge bone and say this is from another extinct dinosaur or something, probably from a giant.
It is. That's what I think. So that's what I think too. Yeah.
And
I've
that's
actually
the
been-
reason that every fucking culture in the world have giants in their sayings or stories. Because there once were giants all over the place. Same thing
Yeah,
goes for
so-
dragons.
My thing is the mud flood. How did it start? Because I look at maps and California actually was an island, and now it's like desert or mud or something covered that. There's a mountain range there now.
But I still haven't figured out exactly how the mud flood works. There are a few different theories of liquefaction, but I don't buy the liquefaction thing because how can all the places just fall down exactly straight down and not tilt over if the ground becomes unstable? That's not possible. Some houses will be crooked, but all of them are just
the
sunk
leaning
straight
tower,
down.
Tower of
Tower
Pizza.
of
Pisa,
is
yeah.
pretty bloody.
Yeah, Pisa, there's one. But all the other
I
major
know
ones.
it's a bit of a laughing thing, but liquefaction is a
No, I'm not saying liquefaction doesn't exist. Absolutely not. But I don't think
Yeah.
that's what happened. Because when the ground becomes that unstable, the building just don't sink straight down. It's going to tilt over some way because it's not going to be the same liquefaction all over the foundation, if you understand what I mean.
I understand what you mean, and I do. I have my questions based on the fact that that lady that you're talking about in Australia, she talks about floating cities, right?
I haven't seen the full series yet. I've only seen like 5 or 6 episodes or something like that.
Okay. Well, she's talking about floating cities, and so I was thinking, well, if she's talking about floating cities, you're talking about levitation, not just levitation on a scale of a few bloody, say, half a ton. You're talking megatons of levitation.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the civilization that was here before had some kind of levitation devices because all the buildings we see are definitely not built by people with horse and buggy. That's just not possible.
And what about each so-called continent or country, which with that word alone, country, you know, kind of reminds me of the pictures they show with a big tree. It's almost like, but each country got to be shaped like a triangle because the rivers only flow downhill, not uphill. So whatever created this mud flood, I'm amazed by it. I'm just trying to think
Some
how.
biblical sayings say it was the windows of heaven that opened. So
The Milky Way looks like a crack in the firmament. That could be true.
yeah, there's like a story about that too. Like some god tore a rift in the sky or in the firmament. I can't remember exactly which one now.
Yeah, well, you know, I mean, tearing these rifts in the firmament. It's quite an interesting. Excuse me, I'll just move my phone so you can see me. It's an interesting subject because, you know, it's like I said before. I mean, Admiral Byrd. You know, he had no. Well, I don't know. I mean, let me start again. I don't know about script. I still haven't figured out whether script is good for man or script is bad for man. because even though we're able to communicate at the moment through script,
They're both.
I believe there was a time when we didn't need to voice anything. We didn't need to write it down. We could actually communicate through our minds.
I agree with
And-
that. That's possible.
And I think that this scripting and scribing is where they've managed to steal our mind.
Exactly. The scriptures could be good if they're taught correctly. These preachers and people in these churches use them to control people, or they're con artists, and get money. They're the biggest business in the world, these religions.
Exactly, but it all comes down to scripting. So if we took down, we went back to the very basic script. The first script would be probably picture glyphs. And so if we look back at all the picture glyphs, we can see that they project a meaning, of course, right? So everything is projection through a meaning. And
Pictures.
yeah, through pictures.
Pictures are worth
And-
1,000 words.
Yes, there you go. So, I mean, these things, picture glyphs, have basically painted our history. Our understanding of what history is has come from these picture glyphs. So, but you could have a whole one man just scribing out a whole bunch of picture glyphs all around his own idea in his head. And if that is the history that people are using, they're all going to get the history from the one person and not everyone. They're only going to get his story. They're not going to get his and her story, right?
That's the thing. I had a problem
No,
with
it's-
religion. Is everybody knows
Oh,
it takes man and woman to create, and yet there's only this God, one God, that goes like a magician, poof, and creates people out of dirt. I mean, I don't know, man. That's kind of like a Marvel comic book. They probably took the truth and twisted it.
Yeah, and it's still scripting the mind, you know. I mean, that is, to me, it's scripting the mind. And you take the word world for an example. How many people? I mean, I myself, I have diligently try not to use the word world, and yet
The world.
How many
It's like
times-
a whirl.
it's like a bloody worm. Yes, it is like a bloody worm because it will
No,
not.
a whirl, like a whirlwind, like the North
Yeah,
Pole.
okay,
Like,
yeah, but it's also like a worm in your mind because it's not actually a physical thing. It's like an invasion of thought, right? Because the Earth, if the world didn't exist, would the Earth still exist? Would animals still exist? If the world, hell, animals don't even know there is a world, right?
that could be true.
Yeah.
Animals are very smart, though. But a lot of people don't give them credit. Like my cats, they're very intelligent.
Oh, they know they live and they know they chase things and that, but they think that they have this world in their head?
Correction, Charles. Your cat's human.
My cat's really smart. Yeah, okay. Hey, look, he clicks on to me. But I tell you what, when we had our other cat, he was 14 years old. When he died, we got another cat within a few weeks, and it was just like that old cat has moved in.
You ever see a cat
Renegades
dream?
Cat did with Atlas.
Sorry, Charles?
I said cats dream too. You ever seen a cat dream? My cat
Yeah,
was
yeah.
looking like it was having seizures, but it was in a dream.
I've seen my dog do that too. I've actually seen my dog and a cat dreaming, and their mouth is like working itself. You would say that they were in the middle of a hunt or something, you know?
Yeah.
And that was, I said that in my spiel the other day when I was talking about I astral projected. And I had an astral projection where I actually ran. Like it felt like I was physically there with my dogs. And well, they weren't all my dogs. One dog was my brother's dog, which had been shot several years earlier. And my dog had only been shot a few months before that. And here I was in an astral projection, not running, flying over the bush with my dogs. Like we were hunting, but we were flying. It was
I had a
bloody
dream.
incredible.
I had this dream. It was crazy because in the dream, I knew I was in a dream because I was going down the hallway in this building my grandpa used to live in, and my grandpa had passed away. This is about 4 years afterwards. And in my dream, I'm like, what am I doing here? My grandpa passed away. And in that dream, someone shot me in the hallway, and it felt so real. That whole dream was too realistic. I felt the pain when they shot me and everything.
Oh, fuck, bro. Yeah, sometimes I think that singular is correct in when we say that the dark matrix is able to, I don't know, manipulate or shift our consciousness in a funny way. I don't know how you can put that, but yeah, shift our consciousness through this ethereal field. Because you know, like, because we I mean, if we're able to communicate telepathically, through telepathy, and I know it exists because I can sometimes go to my mate. I've got a mate up north. Him and I have been mates for over 30 years, and I will mentally tell him to ring me, and he will. I'll mentally tell him to ring me, and he bloody will. And we've had that connection for years. He can mentally think about me, and I'll go.
I can relate to that. You ever think about somebody and the phone rings? You'll start thinking about someone, then the phone will ring and it's them.
Yep. And me and Darren have that same connection. That's funny. And we often comment about it. He says, funny, I was just thinking of you.
A warrior's greatest weapon is their mind. The mind is the most powerful.
So this is why I say we have got to really look at how much things could be probably pushed into our minds so that we could actually probably even think we see it even, Yeah,
maybe that's why they pump our heads full of negativity, so we'll project nothing but negativity instead of positive thoughts all the time, because mostly everything on the news is negative. Movies are all about killing, conquering. Mostly someone always dies in every movie. I mean,
yeah.
I'll let someone else talk.
I actually had a call today like that. The woman I called was just reaching down into her pocket where she was out walking. I wonder if Eddie's going to call me. Boom, Eddie calls. Because
it's pretty good, eh?
And I didn't answer.
So that comes back to why are we not using these skills now? How did such a beautiful skill to be able to telepathy talk to someone be taken from?
Religion teaches you that the thoughts you have, They teach you that's the devil or demons trying to trick you. So you ignore your inner sense, your inner self, your higher self. People ignore it because they think, oh, that's the devil trying to play tricks on me, or these demons are playing with me. But it's really your higher self trying to warn you or tell you something. Like if you try to question religion, the preacher will tell you, oh, that's just the devil tricking you. So they
Yeah.
disconnect us. They disconnect us from our higher self, man, our inner self.
Inner self. Yes, I thank you very much for that, Charles. Yeah.
Do you
that's
understand
good.
Rosalie's question? I don't.
No, she says, what about Atlantic and the sea level? I mean,
What about it,
yeah,
Rosalie?
we see
Explain
sea
better.
level. We definitely see level. I mean,
Yeah,
except for
exactly.
hills and mountains.
Yeah. I mean, you have to be really daft if you think people telling you the earth is flat means it's actually flat. Nobody thinks that. I mean,
I
it's
think
not like we're not admitting there are mountains.
Uno. Now I got you. It's your voice. Uno. Yeah?
What?
Are you Uno on Ian's channel? Uno who?
No, I'm Eddie.
Oh.
You know who I am.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I met you on Renegade show. That's right. Please forgive me. I tell you, I got it. I hear
It's
so
okay,
many
Dini.
voices.
It's okay. No
Okay.
worries.
Are
So,
you
Rosalie,
schizophrenic? No, I'm joking.
write something more about what you mean, or is that just what you meant, that the sea is level? I was just confused because you took the Atlantic and, yeah, I don't know.
Okay, well,
Uh,
I mean, topographical maps,
Mm-hmm.
they read concentric circles of elevation, contour lines.
Yeah.
And so a contour line, this is where I always use a topographical map in my relating about the flat Earth, because a topographical map reads the concentric elevations in concentric circles. And what I mean by concentric circles is the circle of a cup might be only a few centimeters, maybe, but the circle of a land is thousands and thousands of miles across. And it's so at 20 meters above sea level on the west coast is still going to be 20 meters above sea level on the east coast.
Yeah.
Right? So a concentric circle may indulate in and out of valleys and whatever, but it's all on a horizontal line.
Yeah.
And so a horizontal line is a taken measurement from a particular point, and that point we call is datum. Datum in the building trade is the line that you take all your measurements from to build your buildings, right? But the datum that we use in drainage, for example, is sea level. You cannot go and dig a drain under sea level. The bloody thing is not going to drain, right? So therefore, if there is no lower point than sea level, that means that all sea level is the datum.
The datum.
Yes. DATUM. It's in New Zealand here, I've done a bit of building work myself, and it's always the thing that they put in the description for where you take your drainage to.
I'm not even familiar what building work is.
Okay, well, I've done a bit of building work. I've built a couple of stone houses. I've been involved in a lot of construction. And datum if you want to look it up on the internet, you'll find the datum refers to the set measurement from which everything else is taken.
Okay.
Hmm.
I'll take your word for it.
Okay. Well, anyway, I always say it in my bloody presentations whenever I'm talking with somebody. The building trade uses the word datum because it's just a point of reference. But I use it because sea level there is no lower level than sea level, other than the depths in increments that we take under the sea. So height and depth.
Yeah.
So why take a measurement that can be measured in precise? And I mean, this is pretty precise. You can get a bloody laser, and you can precisely measure the amount of increments above sea level or below sea level. So that datum line of sea level doesn't matter whether the tides come in or out. That bloody datum line is a set line. You cannot shift it. Yeah?
Mm-hmm. I'm looking it up now as we speak.
My
So-
fault. I had to use the bathroom.
Oh, it's
No
okay.
worries.
We all need to do that from time to time. For example, because we
At least you don't take the bloody, at least you turn your mic off and all that, Charles.
It says like this. For example, on a car wheel, the lug nut holes define the bolt circle. That is datum from which the location of the rim can be defined and measured.
There you go. So it's the point of beginning and end. Well, beginning, I suppose.
To me, it sounds like the center. Like in 3D, we say origo, 0, 0, 0 on the all axis.
Yes, of course it has to be center because it's center of up and center of down. Yeah.
Mhm. I'm going to see what we call it in Swedish, then I can get a better understanding what it is.
Okay.
Datum, meaning in Swedish.
I must invest in a bloody computer actually, because the bloody phones you just don't have any. The real bloody thing is you don't really have all these accesses. I don't anyway.
As you might know, I'm heavily involved in 3D stuff. Right now, I'm learning
graphics
more
programmer, right,
modeling
Eddie?
in Blender. Sorry?
You're a graphics programmer?
No, I'm a 3D graphic artist, animator, game developer, a little bit code.
Yeah, I was telling Renegade I'm interested in that type of stuff. I want to create like a animated video of how the sun and the moon rotate over the plane and how it changes seasons. That would be a really good video to create.
Cool. You want to do it in 3D or 2D?
3D.
Okay.
Teach the younger generation something, a CD, even if we sold it cheap or give it free. I don't know. But
Bloody good idea.
I was talking to Renegade yesterday. He was talking about making a flat Earth game where we can teach all the stuff about flat Earth. Like
That's a good idea as well. Yeah.
People can take a boat and like sail from continent to continent and explore and learn different things from different places.
yeah, we need to get the younger generation to start being explorers again.
But the
Yeah.
red thread throughout it all is flat Earth knowledge, or even Tartaria and stolen history and whatnot. Like tie it all together.
Yeah, I never heard about Tartaria my whole life. I just
Yeah, but
learned about it 2
Tartaria
years
is-
ago.
Tartaria is just a blanket term for
Old world.
old world, old civilizations, similar looking buildings all over the plain. It's not like Tartaria itself was like a region in China, Russia back in the day.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
then it's been called Tartaria, even it's in South America, North America, or Australia, or whatever it is. It's still called Tartaria, but that's just
You
a
ever-
blanket term to know what we're talking about.
You ever heard of John Levy? He has a really good channel,
I
John Levy.
watch Levy all the time. I watch all his films.
And Mind Unveiled, he's another good one.
Yeah,
Yep.
Mind Unveiled, Autodidactic with
Yep.
Yep.
what's his name? Vinny, you mentioned it earlier.
Campbell.
Campbell, yeah, Campbell. But one guy I stopped looking at is Martin in the UK. Martin Flat Thumbs, what's his name? Lidke.
Yeah, I used to
Oh,
watch
yeah?
him too.
I stopped watching him when it came. They had like a tour in the UK, or they should have one. He and a woman, and he completely screwed that woman over, and she made a video about it afterwards, and I lost all confidence I had in that man.
Why? What did he do?
Like, he used her in every possible way besides sexual for his own needs. She had like a caravan, a car where they were supposed to sleep and go from town to town, but that wasn't good enough for him. He wanted to stay in hotels, but they had no money. So she had put some money into this tour, and he took the money and went to a hotel instead of living in her caravan. And her car broke down, and he left her stranded and disappeared. And he was a really asshole. So I stopped watching him.
That's
People
crazy.
like that is not good in my book.
Bloody creep by the sound of it.
I would rather sleep outside in a tent or something. You're even in a caravan. Why? You
Yeah,
there?
he
I
just
don't
he
know.
just wanted to go from city to city and live like luxury life at hotels and stuff, and they just didn't have that money. They could hardly get any people to pay the fee or whatever. So
They had
I
no
think
business
the
doing it
whole
then.
tour was what put to rest after a few stops. They were supposed to tour the whole of UK, I think, but they just stopped like in 3 or 4 cities or something like that. Don't quote me on that though, but I
They
can't remember how many it was.
they
But
should have
the
done
whole-
it like a hobo, train hopping.
Yeah,
Free.
yeah. It just went down the drain because of him.
Bloody
Yeah, it was
sad.
really bad. She put up a video about it that I listened to. It was over an hour long, I think, or something like that. She talked about all the aspects of what an asshole he's been. And I think he lost a lot of viewers after that.
Bloody deserved to too, by the sound of it.
Yeah, I feel so. I mean, I know it's bad to talk bad about people when they're not around to defend themselves, and I'm online now, but yeah, this is one of those cases where there's too much smoke for there to be no fire,
For sure.
at least in my book it is.
I've just finished
And
my
my gut
breakfast.
feeling tells me she's right. I don't know if you know this guy or not.
I don't.
Sometimes a lot of these there's always someone in this truth community, which is very large. There's many different, it branches off so many ways, but you get people that are just about money. Some
Yeah.
people are just about attention. Some people really don't want to do anything to change
In
anything.
the truth community, especially when it
Not all.
comes to not when it comes to maybe the lost civilizations and stolen history and stuff, but when it comes to being against the man, against the deep state, and against COVID and plan the pandemic. In that community, there's a lot of people that are just in it for fame and money, I feel.
I want to really make a change. Like
They don't
sometimes
feel genuine.
I've been talking for 8 years trying to wake people up, and sometimes I'm tired of talking, man. I want to make some. It's time to start locking these people up, or something, because they're never gonna stop. Like my
I don't
saying, they're
know.
like bullies. Bullies don't
I
stop
don't
until they
know if
get
you
punched in their
saw
jaw.
if you saw in the
Radio.
chat earlier. I wrote about like 2 days ago. We got the new legislation in Sweden that stops us from speaking against.
They won.
Yeah, whatever.
Of course
They
they
can put us
won. They
in jail,
rigged that
like
shit.
Renegade said.
They rigged that.
Jesus.
And they did that 2 days ago.
You know, Charles, I can't remember your name.
Eddie.
Freddie.
Eddie. Like
Eddie.
Eddie
Eddie,
Murphy.
that's right, Eddie. Sorry, Eddie. Sorry. Please forgive me. I'm bloody mind fucked today. But you know, it's a hell of a road. I mean, I've been on it for a few years too, so I know what you mean, Charles, when you say, you know, you've been 8 years trying to get your message across, and you feel like sometimes you feel like you're up against a fucking brick wall and no bastard's ever going to listen to you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you wonder whether you're just beating a dead horse. I mean, I've heard people talk about how they get up and they're going to start a show for the day, and you know, like 10 minutes in, they just flag the whole fucking thing because it's just so mentally draining for them, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's all an illusion, our so-called freedom.
And I see what people go through, the pains that people go through just to get this truth out there. So when you're talking about, like, Eddie, you've got skills in programming and making computer-generated images. I think that's a bloody amazing, because these are things that children, especially today, are interested in.
Yeah,
you know,
but they only want to play games where they kill each other.
It's just in this world, it just like, I watched so many good people suffer from cancer. My mother passed away 20 years ago when I was 20 years old of the Johnson & Johnson baby powder. Gave her cancer. These CEOs of these companies poison our food, water, air. They don't even go to prison because they got money. Yeah. But I steal a candy bar and I get 3 years in jail. Like, enough's enough with these people. I had enough. They need to spend some time in prison cells for life, if not worse.
They need to be taken out. Period. All of them.
And how do we do that, Eddie? How do we do that? How do we get rid of
this stuff? They would have got dragged out of their house.
Get more people involved because they have the power, or at least they claim to have it. I mean, we are so. If you watch that movie from Larkin Rose called The Tiny Dot, that shows how the throng, the majority of people are run by a little dot that's not even bigger than a pinhead.
We're the power.
And if they don't do as the pinhead says, they're going to call them their enforcers. And their enforcers is the size of one of those in the throng. And yet they pay them and do exactly as they please. If instead of going against them, they're fucked. We are 99% of the people.
You ever heard of DuPont? They poison 98% of the world with C8. It's the coating on Teflon pans. Coating on waterproof clothing. It's a Teflon coating. It's made by C8. This guy rented a land. This farmer rented land to that company, and they were dumping the C8 in the Ohio River. People upstream were dying of cancer. Workers were dying of cancer. All they did, none of them went to prison, and there was so much evidence in court. And what they did is they said, "Oh, we'll change the C8." Come to find out, the chemical they changed is more poisonous than the C8. and none of them went to jail. It's amazing, but they'll put us in
Yeah,
jail
but
for stupid smoking weed, and it's a hypocritical system. It's a joke.
Yeah, and about cancer, as I said the last time, we can cure cancer today. Nobody needs to die from cancer if it's diagnosed early enough.
True.
We can treat it, but they don't. They're
And
not
the thing is,
interested in that.
the earth has everything we need. I mean, if we were
Absolutely.
just if we were bloody like throwing like in a plane and a bloody thing crashed and landed on an island in the middle of nowhere, most of us, I mean, I don't say all of us, but I say most, no, not saying most of us even, but there are many of us who have the mindset and to be able to survive.
Mhm.
But that is not something that any Joe Blow could do. I mean, half the people that go on planes today wouldn't know how to make their own butter or their own
I
bread.
read something
You
really
know,
interesting today about people. People aren't interested in freedom. They are interested in freedom from responsibility.
Divide and conquer. They broke the homes up with the parenting. The parents don't. Knowledge was passed down through generations. Now you go to a indoctrination camp called school
Yeah.
and learn lies. Then they took away your ability to survive and work the earth. Now you got to go to Stop and Shop to get your food. They've broken. They divided in every way to conquer us. Now
I think
people.
it's really sad today when kids don't even know where the food comes from. They think meat are made in the supermarket or something.
When my mother said we're eating a chicken, I cried and I didn't want to eat meat. I hated meat when I was younger. And children, to me, when you're a child, you're very like innocent. You're not poisoned by the system yet.
Yeah.
And I knew as a child it was wrong to eat animals.
So you don't.
You know, I was about 7 years old. I didn't like meat. I didn't want to eat an animal. I wanted to love an animal and, you know, have it as a pet. I didn't want to kill it and eat it, chop it,
So you're
and cut
vegan
its
now
throat.
then?
No. I'm working on it. I stopped eating meat for like 3 months, and I don't know, man. I lost a lot of weight. I got sick, so I eat meat here and there. I'm trying to eat. I'm trying.
I feel I can't live without meat because I don't feel full on a vegan diary.
I'm trying to figure out ways to get better fruit and vegetables, organic. That's really organic.
But people
Because
tell me that it's just that you haven't eaten the right things. But I need protein. Meat gives me protein.
greens have the best
I
protein.
tell you what, Charles, there's something you
Spinach.
can look up. There's something you can look up. It's called Moringa oleifera. It's endemic to the Indian continent, I think.
What is it? A
But
tea?
it's a tree.
A tree?
It's a plant. It grows to about 3 meters to 4 meters high if left to its own devices. Now,
You should
this
on my email address and email me the information if you can.
if I can, I mean, I don't know. My bloody emails do not work properly. I do not know why.
Do you
But
know how to
anyway,
spell it? I could write it down so
yes,
I could
it's
research it.
M-O-R.
Hold on. Hold on. M-O-R.
I-N-G-A.
Moringa.
Oleifera. O-L-E-A-F-R-A.
Yep. Okay. That's it.
Moringa oleifera. Now, Moringa oleifera, if you go through and have a look at Google or bloody bring them up, I mean, people try to sell this stuff in capsules and stuff like that. But if you research into the mineral, the amount of benefits that are actually in this plant, in actual fact, there is more calcium in the same weight there is in a glass of milk in the leaf. Okay? So it's full of protein. It's full of, it's got every bloody mineral you can think of. And the thing is that this plant, I've grown it in bloody rocky situations. It will grow anywhere. And when I was in Australia in the Northern Territory, I was living up there. The people up there eat it everywhere. And I started getting into it myself and growing it. And you could just about survive on a meat-free, cheese-free, dairy product-free, everything-free diet when you eat moringa, because it's got just about everything you bloody need.
Says it's like horseradish.
Horseradish, yes, that's similar. Yeah.
Renegade. No, I just wanted to say, Renegade showed me the stuff that grows on a birch tree. You make a tea out of it.
Yeah, chaga.
Chaga, there you go. I got to get some of that.
Yeah,
I do a lot of ginseng and
hard
lemon.
to come by, and you have to have a sharp axe to get it off there.
There's birch trees in our reservoir.
Okay.
It's like a fungus.
I just seen your links there, Eddie. I was just looking into them.
Yeah,
yes,
look at that tiny dot later on.
I will.
And the other one is a book. It's about 10 hours long, but it's the best book I've ever read or heard in this case.
Like,
it's so profound that how much we obey authority just because they are authority. It doesn't matter if it's politicians or police or military or any authority. We just obey and bow our heads. But
that's why
we allow them to do stuff that we would never allow anyone else do.
They're buying up all the farmland too, so the farmers can't. I think they're going to pull something where they cut our food supply off, and if you don't play ball, you'll starve to death.
Yeah, and who's buying? Bill fucking Gates.
Yeah, and why are these farmers? Farmers are selfish. They're doing it because of money. Fuck the money. You could sell your product to the people and continue your business. What do you need the government for? It just blows my mind that people only think about self. A lot of people. There's a lot of good people. Don't get me wrong, but the system has gotten people in a greedy mindset. Instead of loving each other and helping each other, it's me, me, me.
Bullshit. How do we get out of that? That's fucking impossible.
No, nothing's impossible.
Your neighbor that's a farmer. If you are a farmer and you don't use Monsanto's GMO seed, but your neighbor does, then the birds poop on your land, and it starts growing Monsanto food in your land. Then Monsanto's thugs comes around and tell you you're growing our plants without or written permission. We're going to fine you or take your land or whatever. There are a lot of those cases in India where farmers are killed themselves because they can't.
We're so divided with racist ideologies and all that. We can't even come together because somebody's darker or lighter. People, one day we might need to fight next to each other. I mean, it's getting very critical out here. It's getting critical.
I'm ready, Charles, I've kept myself fit all my life. Okay, I'm 68. I'm not as fit as I used to be, but I can still run short bursts. I can. I still go for bloody hunting missions. I still go out hunting.
That's good. That's very good. That's positive.
And I think that, basically, it's all a mindset, really. I haven't listened. I don't listen to TV. We don't watch TV. We have a TV, but we don't watch the bloody thing. It hasn't been plugged in for about 5 or 6 bloody years.
But I don't even own a TV.
Other things.
I don't watch TV either.
There's lots to do in life without having to worry about sitting on your ass watching a television.
But
I'm watching you on TV right now.
We people think when I get passionate, my warrior spirit, but we don't have to go to war. If people could learn to help each other and care for each other, we don't need the government. You know, and it's simple as that. We hold that pyramid structure up at the bottom. If we walked away, all those rich people come tumbling down. They'll lose it all.
Of course, that's totally right. Yes. And so that's all it takes, really, is it all takes is just us to walk away.
About fruits, have you ever heard about the fruit called Nuni? Also related to that Morinda, it seems like. Morinda citrifolia.
How do you spell that?
Nuni. N-O-N-I. I'll post it in the chat.
Okay.
The reason I'm asking is because there's a company selling some drink made out of this, and it's supposed to be really good. And it tastes like ass, if you ask me, because I've tasted it. I mean, both ass and the fruit and the drink. So that's why I can make the correlation. But anyways, it's supposed to be really good for you, and it smells and tastes like ass. But yeah, I have a friend that sells it, and she claims it's really, really good for your health. So I'm going to post that in chat too.
Thank you.
Post there.
Like if you eat
the first
meat.
one was called Morinda oleifera. This one is called Morinda citrifolia or something like that.
Okay.
I'm not good at reading Latin.
Yeah, nor am I.
So let's see what the company selling it is called.
This is something that's important to us, of course, and that is to build our health community, because there's a lot of people who are into the health, but they are already scripted into the mind fuck as well, and so some of these people, we can reach them through these channels where we're using food as a medium to bring together people. Yeah.
True. Health is wealth.
Yes.
Or your wealth is health, vice versa.
And for instance, like in New Zealand here, our climate has changed. I mean, it's changing every bloody day, guys.
Weather warfare.
When I was a boy, and then people can say this is the Mandela or whatever, but when I was a boy, this country was very, very wet. Our climate was wet. The surrounding areas were so damp, there was moisture all the time. Now we're starting to dry out, and I think there's a lot to do with deforestation, of course. And geoengineering plays a huge part in this. But we have now, I mean, 30 years ago, you couldn't grow some of the plants, the tropical plants that are now being produced in New Zealand. Crops that are being used as a produce crop that 30, 40 years ago, they wouldn't have survived here, because the bastards would have, the temperament of the climate would have been just too cold for them.
There's no winter in Australia, right?
Well, it's just going actually into summer in New Zealand now, so we're not far away from Australia, Charles. But yeah, so we're going into summer. We're actually going through our spring period at the moment. You'll be going into your fall.
Back then, when it was much wetter and damp, were the middle of Australia fertile then?
Well, not Australia. I'm talking New Zealand, and people probably clock us into the same bloody place as Australia. But the Australian continent is actually a couple of thousand miles away from New Zealand, right?
Yeah.
But that's all right. But you know.
No, go ahead. Finish. Sorry.
It's all right. Australia is quite a barren land, very dry, and I could go on about the red mud flood when I talk about Australia. But anyhow, getting back to New Zealand, we've always been a very damp let's say, swampy land, and got a lot of moisture here. But in the last, as I say, 20, 30, probably even a little bit more, we have almost like we've shifted our, it's like the magnetic field has shifted within the Earth plane.
HAARP.
It's like we are going into a tropical region where once we were way beyond that tropical region, right?
HAARP,
Mm-hmm.
5G.
Right. So yes, and the other thing too, Charles, Eddie, is that I've been looking at, like, Google says that when you go to the magnetic pole, it used to be aligned somewhere near Canada, but now it's shifted and it's almost in a part of Russia, right? And so what I'm saying here is that the magnetic field actually moves around. And so the center is, let's say the center is within a circle of a center rather than just in one particular point. And that
Thank
it can
you, Lapis
shift,
Blue.
and it can actually shift around this inner circle of what we call the center, and shift our tropical zones.
Yeah. Yeah, they say that the Earth or the whole plane moves slowly. Is it counterclockwise? So they always talk about how the different areas are thawing out, but they're not telling you about other places that are freezing over on the other side.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. And that is something, that's where, like, they call the ice age. And I just think actually the ice age is just when that pole shifts from one place into another and leaves the other place without sunlight, so it freezes over.
But it's like it happens like in every 2,160 years or something like that.
Yes, yes. And so we can look at that thing they got over in, is it Prague? The Prague clock?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
That Prague
Love
clock, to me, that really means something. They didn't make that for now. And I reckon that is actually the pole shift that we see, and it goes in the same circular motion, west to, what did you say, west to east, opposite the way the sun travels?
Yeah, I think it's counterclockwise. I'm not sure though, but I think so.
Yeah, counterclockwise.
Like
So
all the known continents together with the ice wall is kind of going around. If you think on a clock face around, and now we're like at maybe 5 o'clock or something, and we're moving up towards 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock. And when that happens, Japan is going to freeze over, and what else? And it's going to become a lot hotter in other places, and it's going to be best in the middle, and that's around the Azores today. That's in the middle of the Atlantic.
Yes, and so if that's happening, you know, we could say those are the shifts of the, excuse me, the zodiac even.
Yeah. So we always say that Polaris never moves, but that's not entirely true. It moves, but it moves really, really slow.
Yeah.
So we can't see it or feel it or.
And that's right. So people say that Polaris is central and it never really moves. Well, it does move with when the center shifts, the Polaris moves with it.
It moves all the time, but it's so slow that we can't even measure it. It's like a few degrees in 2,160 years or something like that.
Well, it's 1 degree every 72 years, actually. So from what I can work out.
Okay. Yeah, so it moves, but it's not like we in our lifetime can see it move.
It's so damn slow that we wouldn't even register it. But that can be a
Yeah.
Mandela in itself, can it? Can't it?
Yeah, the Mandela
know?
effect is really, really strange.
Yeah.
I can't put my finger on that.
For me, like, you know,
I heard
like when
another
I was a boy,
Mandela the other day. Okay, go
the
on.
sun was yellow. I'm bloody sure the sun was yellow, and now it's white.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
That's
agree
true.
with that. You know what I wanted to
But
mention
I
before I forget? I seen this video of this guy installing 5G towers, right? The 5G thing on the towers. And he said
Mhm.
he knows it's going to give him cancer in 5 years, but he got a family to feed. Well, you ain't going to have a family to feed if, you know, we're all going to have cancer. And these people will still install weapons that are going to be used against them. That's how I think dumbed down some people have gotten.
Yeah.
Or we build the weapons they'll use against us. I mean, it just blows my mind, man. Like people, oh, it aggravates me sometimes.
The revelation in the Bible, the reveal itself is what really, for me, is the path that I look into. You know, like there are lots of double speaks in the Bible, but there is also lots of singular truth too.
The Bible's scriptures were definitely based off of some truth, but they twisted it and changed a lot around to imprison us mentally.
Fully, Charles. And I mean, I won't say I wasn't bloody scripted into it myself. I mean, I was bloody promoting the biblical scriptures for a long time in my life. In fact, I went to a lot of bloody churches. It's a funny bloody story, really, when you think about it. But you know, I would go into a church to try and find God, and you know that by the time I'd spent a bit of bloody time, a few months there, I'd started to feel the hypocrisy and just want to leave the damn place, you know. And then I would, I mean, I went to, my mother was a Presbyterian, so I went to Presbyterian church. When I went to boarding school, I was sent off to the bloody boarding school, so I had to go to the Anglican church. When I left school, I was still bloody church-minded, so I got into the what do you call them, the apostolic churches, where you know you're waving your hands in the air and calling out for the bloody Holy Spirit to come on you.
Yeah, I felt weird in them churches, man. I had to leave. I was in a faint. Man, I'm just sitting there.
I know, and you know, like, and so, I mean, I ended up even going to the Church of Scientology because I was just like desperate, fucking desperate, you know.
They got us searching for a God when you're the God. That's why in the Bible it says we were made in the Creator's reflection or whatever. That's because we are God.
I know. I mean, it's bloody ridiculous, you know. Like
it's not your fault. It's not your fault.
I know. But fuck, I used to bloody. I look back at myself and I think, well, man, what a crazy bunch of bullshit you've gone through in your life. But, you know, like the Church in Scientology was a little awakening for me about a little bit about vibration and how we ourselves are like a frequency that vibrates. I didn't actually know anything like that, or didn't even have any connection to it until I actually went there. And they did this bloody, they had these, this thing, it's like a lie detector. It's a machine that reads your positive and negative energy fields. And so the guy, he gets you to read a paragraph, and then he starts to quiz you. But first he says things like he's already found out that your eyes are blue, or my eyes are, that my hair color's brown, and that my name is Dean. and I was born in 1954. So he would say these things, and of course I could read the monitor too, because he had a monitor on his side. I could see the monitor on my side. I could see when he said, "Oh, your eyes are green," straight away I knew my eyes were blue, and the bloody thing could read the energy in me to say that was a wrong call, because I immediately went into my vibration dropped right down and saying, "Hey mate, that's fucking wrong, mate," you know. And so this machine was able to show me my vibrational level. But what he did is he did a chart out of all that my answers. He told me that I was vibrating between a level of 4 and 5, and he said that people who were in business, or say like big business executives who are running high operation businesses, would run at a level of vibration between 6 and 7, and you know, that blew me away. I thought, fuck, I'm a low vibration person, you know, but I wasn't, because there are other people who vibrate even lower than me. And he says that anybody who vibrates anywhere between the level of 2, 3, and 4 are anywhere close to death or suicide. So that was quite amazing.
They load these children up on Ritalin because they're high vibration when you're younger too. You're not filled up with all these chemicals. And
so I mean, that for me was my first understanding of how vibration works and how we are. I mean, when people started talking frequency, where you're a frequency, you're a vibrating being, I clicked into it straight away, because I already had an influence to help me feel that, you know. And I mean, it wasn't an influence from an outside source. It was an influence that I could rely on from within. That's something that I'm coming to another understanding of, is that, I mean, we can hear other people's conversation, but like, you know, like here we are in a panel setting, we can actually hear each other's voices, and this is way better than a whole story written out, and every word that we're saying is written out with it, but the context of it would not come through the same as what we are being able to converse it through, you know.
That's like you were talking earlier about speaking telepathically, and I think that's why a lot of times we could read each other's mind or finish each other's sentences.
You know, that happens with me and Maureen all the time, Charles. I mean, I'll start a sentence and we could be sitting in like a group of people. I'll start a sentence. I'll be about halfway through. Maureen will cut to the chase.
Because everything's a thought first. You know, your mind thinks it, then you say
it. Yeah, sometimes. But in my case, words usually fall out before I have even thought about it.
Like I try to watch what I say. I try to watch what I say now, because I truly believe you speak stuff into existence. It's a vibration.
Yeah.
Right, and that's a bloody good topic there, because, you know, I was talking to Sean about it the other day, how we project through our voice, and we can shift people's reality, even in places where they haven't even heard our voice, because the voice has gone into the ether, into that etherical world where things can shift reality.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's something to that with spelling.
Casting
was that,
spells.
Yeah, Shans was talking like he talks about how we can wordsmith, we can break words down. So like you take the word message, for example, take the first part, MESS,
Sage.
or MES, and then SA, so mess of ages, like it's a messy age, you know.
Etymology too is pretty good to break words down.
Yeah, grace, the word grace, for example, G-race, you know. The word address, you know, when you address information, you lay it to rest in your mind. So you lay rest. When you address, you lay rest to the information because you've addressed it, you know.
You know, like vibration. I think they are hiding a tech where vibration can heal the body. You ever see them chairs that you sit in that vibrate and it heals your back? I mean,
Yeah.
even water and frequency, I think, could heal the body. But they hide that from us.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've got a
Maybe-
little thing called a pain pod. I bought it years ago in Australia. Just get, where is it?
Yeah, I definitely believe that churches and cathedrals used to be something else, because they were built so long ago that glass wasn't even invented yet. And all those church windows had that cymatic pattern in them.
The
So can you
six-pointed
see that?
star. Yeah.
So this little thing here is a device, and it's actually like electrical current. And so like the machine itself is just a little thing like this, and you can just increase or decrease the amount of electricity going through. So you've got these little pads, they're sticky, and you stick them to your body wherever the pain is. You've got two of them, so there's a polarity, positive and negative, and they give out like a pulse electrical charge.
Yeah.
And it actually hits your nerves.
It
And
can
so you
really
can
hurt
type-
you if you turn up the dial.
Yes, and it's a little bit like acupuncture, really. Yeah.
I saw some guys, they tested on guys. They wanted guys to experience what it is for a woman to give birth. So they put
Yes.
stuff like that on them, and they turned up the dial, and they were like squealing like pigs.
Yeah.
Pardon my French, but that's the same.
Right.
Yes,
Yeah,
like
they're
this,
bloody
that's
good.
exactly
Actually,
what I mean.
they're really good. I mean, I have suffered some real bad pains, and like can't go to work because my back is just killing me, you know. And I'll put that bloody thing on, and I'll wear it for about like an hour or two. And man, I'm going to work the next day. I was like, whoa, where did that go? You know?
Yeah, there are companies out there that sell those as a training device. Like you can sit in your sofa, eat chips, and watch a movie, and go to the gym at the same time.
Right. Yep.
But that
How
doesn't
about-
work, because contracting muscles with those electrical spasms is not the same as lifting weights.
No, of course.
like copper pipes, they charge water also, and they took those out of the home and put plastic, which is toxic. I mean, all the good. I think copper pipes is a lot older tech than they say.
Yeah.
One thing I think is really interesting about these old castles and stuff without windows, without heating, is how did they keep them heated so they can live in them? I mean, stone walls get
Bricks.
fucking cold in the winter, but
Brick.
they used radium. All the big, huge ass fireplaces they have, they weren't made
Yes,
to
yeah,
fire wood in them.
Eddie. Yeah, I've seen that, Eddie. Yeah. Yeah,
Underground is
yeah,
warm too.
Some capacity. I don't know how it worked, but radium used to be really good for us, and now all of a sudden it's dangerous.
How about hot water springs?
Yeah,
I mean,
those exist
yeah.
in a couple of places.
In Sweden,
No, as far as I know, hot water springs are in Iceland and Japan or something, I think.
we have them in New Zealand. We have heaps of them here.
Okay, yeah, as I said, there are a couple of places, not in every continent, I think.
We live in like a giant greenhouse.
Yeah,
Yes, Charles.
I don't believe there's a glass dome above us. I think there's an electromagnetic field, and NASA used to call that Van Allen belt.
Thank you, Eddie, because I believe the same. I don't think it's actually a physical structure as such.
No, you all seen that amateur rocket that was sent up that stopped like 72 miles up or whatever it was.
Yeah, it even broke apart a little bit. Pieces are coming off it.
It just stopped. It was going
That's
full
true.
speed, and all of a sudden it stopped. If it was a glass dome, it would just smash to pieces.
I could see an
Cool.
electric current or a current. Even light is is physical.
But then
Even
again,
light-
I've also seen rockets that are going against the dome, like looks like a motorboat. The wake behind the boat when the rocket touches the dome looks really freaky. And they drop something, and it kind of ripples like when you put a pebble in a pond. Really weird. And you know, the Bible says the water's above.
Yeah.
And also when we zoom in stars, it looks like some light behind water.
We're what? How many percent are we water? 79 or
70%
Yep.
of Earth, 70 or something like that.
no, our bodies. We're mostly water
Oh,
too.
yeah, that's the same. That's 72, I think. I mean 70 as well. Not
And
70.
Yes, I
Everything-
think it's something around that.
Everything is a vibration.
Mm-hmm.
So
And then we have this knowledge that Eric Debay says that everything is mostly empty, like an atom. The inside of an atom is 99.999% empty. So everything is mostly empty. That's a really interesting idea, I think. So when I put my hand at the wall, it's not the physical fact of a wall that stops me. It's like some reaction between atoms or something, because my hand is mostly empty and the wall is mostly empty. So in theory, I should be able to put my hand straight through it. It's really interesting. It's in the beginning of his book. I haven't heard the whole book yet.
I know where you're going, because sometimes, you know, you've got to say to yourself, that's is it the frequency that vibrating at a certain level that allows us to see it in the first place?
Yeah. That's also interesting
So-
with the frequencies and light. I mean, on the fold scale, if the scale is 1 meter, what we can actually see with our bare eyes is like maybe 0.5 centimeter in the middle or 2 centimeters or so. Then to both sides of the spectrum, we can't see or hear it because we don't have that ability. So there could be other beings in other colors or frequencies right in front of us, and we can't see them or hear them.
I'm glad you brought that up. You ever heard of those night vision goggles they used in Vietnam they used the red light spectrum, and they were seeing demons, so-called, and because the Vietnam guy, they thought he was on acid, but he wasn't. He was shooting at something you couldn't see with the naked eye, but he had the night vision goggles used to be red, not green.
I've not heard that story before.
Yeah, it blew my mind. They were using red infrared night vision instead of what is it now?
Maybe some
Green,
heat
right?
signature.
and he said he's seen demons, and that's what he was shooting at.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows
Did
if
it
it's
hit them?
true? But I would love to get some of them old Vietnam red night vision,
Mm-hmm.
test it out myself.
Another story that I would like to know a lot more about is the Philadelphia experiment. What the fuck happened there?
What was that? Refresh me on that. I heard of it. I forgot.
It was something about time traveling or something. Where the
Oh,
whole
with the
ship
Navy
completely
ship.
disappeared.
Yeah. Where people were half in the boat and half.
Yeah,
Yeah.
something like that. It was really weird.
Yeah. Some people's legs
I
were
would like to know a
embedded
bit
into
more
the
about
ship.
that.
That's crazy. Yeah. They
I
like
think the whole
time
ship
traveled
and
to the
crew
80s.
disappeared and then appeared again, but it wasn't the same.
Yeah. Somewhere in the ship, their legs were gone. That's I read about some of that. Yeah, that's weird.
You know about that, Dini?
Yeah, I have actually heard that. I'm just feeding my chickens at the moment. Yeah, but I missed a bit of that. Eddie, can you reiterate a bit?
I can rant about anything.
Yeah, I mean that you're talking about a ship that they sort of like made it
It was something
disappear. Was
called the
that right?
Philadelphia experiment.
The Philadelphia. Yep.
Let me Google it right now and see what Google says. Not that Google is a good authority, but probably have something to say about it. Philadelphia.
Oh, bloody birds here. Man, we got baby birds in the wall.
That's the way to
That's-
go, Dean, to have your own
that's no problem.
farm there.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do, Charles. I mean, you know, like we've
I'm
been.
gonna move out in the country soon.
We've only just moved here. We've only been here like a few weeks. There's absolutely no garden, no veggie garden, nothing. So we're starting from scratch. But house is beautiful. House is beautiful. But yeah, so it's pretty barren. Bloody windy joint. But we've been doing a bit of planting. We've got a fig tree here that we're going to put around yet. That one there. This grapevine thing I've set up here on a wire. I built a little bit of a structure here just to put some compost in. And we've got our first lettuces, cabbages, tomatoes, and what do we got there? Spinach, peas, and red cabbages. Yeah. We're only just really starting to set it up, but there's a lot of work to be done yet. Miles, but yeah, that's where I'm going, Charles. And the other thing I'm really looking at here is that I feel like, like you're talking about in the future, when people are going to be hard pressed to find produce that is actually beneficial to eat. And you know, I mean, a lot of people in New Zealand, they will go to organic stores because we're still not so what do you say? I mean, we've got big cities here where people just go to stores, but there are a lot of country folk here, and a lot of the population is country minded. So we tend to grow our own produce a lot more. And like you say, in the future, when they're going to start cutting down on buddy farms, farm production, I mean, holy hell! I seen one guy in America on a thing on Facebook where he was just mulching his potatoes into the ground. He was not allowed to sell his crop.
Man, I got to get out of this shithole over here.
And I'm thinking, fucking hell, somebody told me I'm not allowed to sell my crop. I got to fucking chew it up and put it in the ground, and they're going to pay me to do that. I'd tell them to get fucked, you know?
Yeah, it's illegal to collect rainwater in some states. Rainwater.
Rainwater.
Why is
Yeah,
that
that-
illegal?
Huh?
Why is that illegal? What can possibly happen from you doing that?
I have no clue, but it's illegal in some states. I think it's Arizona or one of them states in the South, man. They'll fine you for putting a fence up. I mean, they got some insane laws.
Yeah, there's
it's
some
just
really fucked up laws in different states in the US. Like they have even laws about what you can do in your bedroom between you and your wife. It's really weird. What the fuck?
yeah, it's crazy. And people say, "What do we do? Don't listen. Stand up. Grow some cojones."
Yeah, exactly, Charles. I mean, we do not consent, you know, that's it. We don't consent. Same when the bloody, the pandemic came out, you know. I mean, I people telling me, oh, I've got to stay indoors. Hey, what are you doing out? I says, what do you mean, what am I doing out? And they say, oh, you're not allowed outside. You're not allowed on the street. I said, bugger off.
It blows my mind. How could I put this without getting in trouble? People will kill each other with no problem. But if the man comes and starts shooting people up, they won't fight back. But they'll kill you if it's a neighbor or somebody. It just blows my mind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, you know what Chance was talking about before with police, you know.
Yeah.
That's interesting, isn't it? That the name police is like from a pole. You know, the Treaty of Antarctica.
I can't stand the police.
Yeah, I know how you feel about it. I feel the same, bro. But yeah,
there's a bunch of bootlickers, over here.
Yeah, to me, they're just little Hitlers all running around trying to be somebody. But
people say the saying is "back the blue until it happens to you."
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I like when you walk around the streets, bro. And you show people things or what's going on. I think that's real good. I mean, I'm not in a city environment, but when I was in Masterton, I stood on street corners and rented and raved. And,
I want to. Why not? The religions do it all the time.
Yeah.
I want to speak out against the government. You know, I'm tired of their bullshit. No one else wants to come together and speak up. Well, not no one, but a good majority of people don't want to. There is people that.
I think that's where tipping point comes in. I don't know why I keep referring to tipping point in a lot of situations, but I think like if we can just get our mass of awoke to a certain level, that we can just tip this thing right over. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't have all the answers, but something's got to be done because we're losing so-called rights more and more and more. These freaking laws, it's supposed to go through the so-called people first, but once they say we're going to vote on this, I already know that they're going to win because votes are rigged like a mother grabber.
If voting did any difference at all, it would be illegal.
Yes. Yeah. On point, sir. Yep.
So there are tomorrow, I think. Yeah, tomorrow there's going to be a worldwide rally called I Can't Afford Winter under the hashtag I Can't Afford Winter. And they're going to do it in Sweden as well. But I'm not going because I don't want to manifest something I don't want.
Good talk, Eddie. Good talk. Yes.
Why don't people rally, get rid of these parasites?
Or,
We need to
as my
fire
friend
these
said,
losers.
why don't we have a demonstration under the hashtag something along the lines, I live in a free world, free of censorship, where energy is free for all.
Good heading.
That's-
Yeah, good heading.
Hashtag, but you know, you understand what I mean about it.
Yes. Yes.
So why not something positive that we do want instead of something we don't want? I can't afford winter. If manifestations or thoughts is as powerful as we are taught they are, so the more we think I can't afford winter, the less we can afford winter.
Of course.
And they
Yeah.
keep raising the fucking prices, and the majority of people are totally oblivious of the fact that there is no what's it called, fossil fuel shortage. There's not even fossil fuel. It's a mineral in the earth, and it's very abundant.
Of course.
But
Of
My
course.
roommate-
We all know.
are trying to portray that it's scarce. That's why they can keep the prices up, which is bullshit.
A lot of people I know, man, I show them so much evidence and they still believe everything on the TV.
Yeah. And you know that, I think it was it the former CIA or was it the president that said when all the American people know they've learned from TV we are successful? Something along those lines.
They use TVs and MK Ultra, the Germans, to brainwash people. They give off these brainwash frequencies, hypnotize you.
Yeah,
TVs
TV
are a
is
weapon.
the worst propaganda machine ever, and it's
Yep.
always been.
Radios were the
very
first.
get-go.
Radios, Hitler used them, or the guy with the
Yeah,
mustache.
Radio was first, but then they realized that images are even better.
Yep.
Yeah.
They could flash an image in a second, and your mind will still pick it up.
Yeah,
Exactly.
that's subconscious programming or whatever.
That's where I was going with the picture graphs before, because you know everything is just a subliminal picture, isn't it?
Yep. Or you know how in the movies they'll play a sad part where someone's dying, and that sad music will come in, and it'll make you want to cry. They're plucking your heartstrings. And frequencies
Or
are no
they
joke.
place a few frames of a Coca-Cola bottle that you can't see, but your brain reads it, and you become thirsty and you go and buy Coca-Cola.
It's madness, really.
It's not something I made up. It's true. Because
Yeah, I know.
there's 24 to 30 frames per second in a movie, and you're not going to see two frames that's not the same thing as all the other ones. But your mind is going to pick up on it, and you're going to become thirsty.
Yeah. Yeah,
So-
predictive
so-
programming. We're right in amongst it, and I mean, you know, like you've got to say to yourself, how much of your information that you believe to be true is
Did
actually
you notice?
predictive programming.
Did you notice the color programming ahead of the Russia-Ukraine crisis? Everything around the jabs were blue and yellow. Blue gloves, yellow shirt. Blue shoes, yellow trousers, or whatever, on the patients or people in the images of being jabbed, or the people jabbing.
Yes.
That's color programming. So we're going to have a positive thought about blue and yellow and stand with the Ukraine. Because most people are for vaccination. So they see that as positive, that people have got vaccinated. So then they associate blue and yellow with the Ukraine. That's positive. So we stand with Ukraine, and everyone hates Russia. Mission accomplished.
Yeah, so it's just another divide and conquer mission, isn't it?
Yeah, I think there are people that don't do anything else than come up with these different schemes to lure the public and divide and conquer all the time. It's as old as the sun, as they say. Oldest trick in the book: divide and conquer.
Yeah. In fact, I think that's what the construct of the mind is this just total divide and conquer. We just stereotyped into it so that we actually most, like the ones who aren't aware, are just totally captivated in it. And so, you know, cognitive dissonance is actually bloody part of the program, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Or I thought people are so programmed. I thought for sure when that jab, you know, people laughed, didn't listen. They're on Facebook boasting how they got all 50 of them and they got their sticker and their free Big Mac. Come to find out, us conspiracy theorists were right. You think they would listen to us more? Nope. They still touch that hot stove. Oh, maybe it'd be a different result. I'll continue to go see these doctors.
Yeah.
They lie to me, poison me, but I'll give them another chance.
We have a very famous hockey player in Sweden. You probably heard of him because he was famous in the US as well. Börje Salming. Does the name ring a bell? I can't remember what team he played for.
He died on the thing, right?
No, he didn't die. He attracted ALS. And he got really ill on the first shot. Yet he went to get another one, and now he has ALS.
Oh, jeez.
So a lot of people here are saying good on him because he was one of the people in the campaign that rolled up their sleeves, because there was a campaign in Sweden called "Roll Up Your Sleeve" or something similar, and he was one of the poster boys.
I got a video of when Biden rolled his sleeve up, and if you look at the video closely, there's nothing in that syringe.
But even if there is something, it's just cold water. So
yeah,
I've even seen that footage where they still got the bloody cap on the end of the needle, you know.
and they use retractable needles like they use on knives in films.
It's I don't know. Western medicine is very dangerous, and I need to find a holistic doctor. I keep saying that, but I don't think there's many.
Western medicine is bullshit altogether.
Yeah.
Especially since I've come to understand that viruses don't exist. That means the majority of our whole healthcare is just baloney, because all of the diseases are blamed on some virus of another. But then it comes, we have never isolated a virus in history ever.
Or people said, I got all mine and nothing happened to me. I said, hey, do you ever believe in long-term effects? It might not happen right away. 6 years from now, you'll be having a cancer or something.
Well, you know, I mean, when they're putting these products such as like graphene oxide, you know,
Red 40, yellow 5, yellow 6,
black goo and graphene oxide to me are one and the same thing. It's just another derivative.
Black goo is programmable matter, right?
Yes, programmable matter. And you know, like black goo, I always say graphene because graphene is something you can look into, and there is information in the Google platforms or in the search engine platforms that speak about graphene. And graphene, I mean, I've seen graphene. People will get graphene paint, So you can have an electrical cord coming to the wall, and you can take the graphene paint, and you can take it from that electrical switch. You can run it down the wall and put a plug socket down at the bottom, run that black graphene straight into the plug socket, and plug a bloody an electrical appliance, and it will go. So the electricity is being transported from the wires down through the graphene paint and into the other socket.
Mm-hmm.
So you can do the same. You can do the same with a computer board. You can put a little graphene paint lines along there, and they can replace using the need to solder wires and things. And the graphene will do exactly the same.
What they are saying now is that people that have been injected with this fucking mRNA graphene bullshit can receive a frequency or something, a signal, and that thing in them gonna self-assemble into kind of a mesh.
Wow.
And this thing goes over the blood-brain barrier. Mostly
a neural
stuff in
network.
my body don't enter the brain, but this shit does.
Did you see
Yeah.
the people? One lady got it and her veins were lighting up in the black light. I don't know if that was true or what, but or this
I
nurse.
saw some video about that today. Somebody was posting about how they scan you at the airport. So they look for luciferase. Isn't that a funny name? Luciferase, like the ace in our up our sleeve, or the highest master, Luciferase.
That's what the Bible says. These people are blind, man. They're blind. They just can't see the truth. They don't want to they want to stick their head in the sand and hope it'll go away, and it's not.
And Lucifer is literally the light bearer. And what are all these people that are New Age call themselves? Light workers, light beings, whatever.
I had that in the beginning of one of my videos. Let me shine a little light. It was a little piece I put in there, and people say, "Oh, you know, you worship them." I don't worship none of them fake gods that they say are gods or above me. The only person I would worship is my mother and father and the creator, the source, whatever created this realm.
Yeah, I call it creator. I don't say God because I don't believe in God, but I come to understand that there is a creator. But as Renegade said earlier, less than 2 years ago, I was a globie and I believed everything that I was taught. Like, I was so into science and believed every fucking word they say. And now I realize that I believed in bullshit all my life.
At least you listen, though. I tell my friends and they say, "Where do you get your information? You're fucking stupid." You know, that shit hurts, man. When someone that's your friend says that to you.
Yeah, people tell me that flat Earth is a CIA psyop every day.
They're stuck in
that the CIA psyop maybe in that case is Flat Earth Society or Professor Dave.
Professor Dave is a clown.
To put us to shame.
Yeah, they don't state facts. They regurgitate theories, and then they start calling people names. That's it.
Yeah, and they show a heliocentric model with one planet flat, ours. All the others are spherical, but Earth is flat. But that no flat earther thinks like that. That's just chills, trying to make us look funny.
Yes, yeah, and I mean, you know, like when I'm on Facebook, and how many times do people come at me with that same shit, you know?
Yeah,
and it just makes me laugh because it's like the cognitive dissonance is so powerful in them that they will clutch at anything that will make you look stupid and them look cool.
Did you see NASA's launch yesterday, or was it 2 days ago? They launched some rocket to the moon. They send an unmanned vehicle to the moon to take samples or whatever, and it's going to return.
I thought they lost that technology.
Yeah.
Would they find it in a drawer somewhere?
And why
Thank
do
you,
they
Lapis
send
Blue.
it up at night when it's pitch dark outside, so you can't see shit from a camera on board?
I
Maybe
just
it's
want to
because
say,
you're not supposed to see.
I'm not a doctor. I got to state that because of stuff that we spoke on. I'm not a doctor, and I'm not giving no one medical advice. And
Disclaimers,
No.
yes, thank you.
I'm not trying to down people or put them down. I've just been doing this for a long time in my life, and the more I speak to people, you would think they would look into something or listen, but sometimes I get frustrated and I'm just tired of people. They'll listen to everything on the TV, but a lot of people won't listen to each other anymore, and it just blows my mind that.
Yeah, I get that a lot as well. Where do you get your information? You're not a doctor. Why should I listen to you? Because I got my information from doctors. Doctors that dare to go against the narrative.
Yep. There's some out there, some real good ones
But doctors is a very tricky, what's it called, prefix, because the doctor doesn't mean in medicine. You can be a doctor in anything. You can be a doctor in cars, in literature, and whatever. But people see that doctor and it's an authority.
Yeah.
Like when I talk about politics or religion, because my grandfather grew up in an age where they used to tell me that those are the two main things you don't talk about. Well, because when you start questioning it, that paradigm falls apart. I'm not attacking the person. When I talk about religion or politics, I'm attacking the paradigm, not the individual. It's not the individual's fault. It's the brainwashing they've been going through. Because they act like I wasn't there.
The individual feels pained because he feels like you're attacking him, but you're not.
Yeah. No.
But that's how they feel because they're programmed to believe that they know everything.
Yep.
And they listen to these so-called experts and scientists. But the scientists are paid off by Pfizer. How can you listen to them? They say whatever they get paid to say.
How much money them doctors got for kicking out them jizza jabs? They got paid some bank.
Yeah.
Look, I feel sorry for the amount of innocent people that got caught up in this, and now they look back. Probably there are some that are looking back and saying, "Fuck, I offered burgers, I offered money, I offered this, I offered that somebody would get a jab, and I got a profit out of it." But like that person. Some of those people now have got so much regret, and you can imagine the mind fuck that they're going through because they did something that they now find out that they shouldn't have had no part of.
I think we're going to see a lot of suicides. Because people that have been involved in this are not going to be willing to go to jail for the rest of their lives.
They shouldn't hate themselves for it. We learn through trials and tribulations. We all been bamboozled by the doctors or government. Now it's time to hold them accountable. Don't keep going along with the narrative. It's time to speak out and lock these people up.
Yeah.
We can't keep letting it slide, and money don't solve every problem. Oh, we'll pay this guy $500,000. No, man. They need to be in prison. Forget the money.
Yeah.
They do. They do need to be in prison. I'd love to be the bugger locking the key up myself. But
they all would.
But it's just getting it to that point, and I mean, I'm not going to throw a bloody a clamp on this, because I really do think that we are projecting our voices into the ether, and that what we have started has began. We can't even stop it. It's like a program that we have set into motion, and I believe that it's going to keep growing it might not be exponentially quick.
I hope so. I hope so.
But I think it's actually happening, Charles, Eddie. I really do. I think that we, like the power of projection, we have been used as a being to project the world and the construct that the world wants. But let's all just stop that projection for them and start projecting again back for ourselves and for what is good for us.
What's your
'Cause,
theory why we saw through the lies? Why us? What's different between you and me and all the others?
I have no clue. I asked that too.
I can't even answer that. Yeah.
My
I
my
think it's
journey
something-
started when I was 13, but it really started when that September event happened. Everyone knows that one.
Yeah, me
That's
too.
when I really knew something wasn't right.
I saw a movie today that I can also link about how many 9/11 predictions there have been before the thing
Oh
happened.
yeah. Oh
It's
yeah.
not
It was
just The
everywhere.
Simpsons. Have you seen the ones in Back to the Future?
So those are all projections, though, right, Eddie? I mean, when you script like the thing, like 10 months or 10 years in front of itself, surely it's going to come to fruition because you're already scripting it in. Yeah.
Yeah, but they've been showing us in movies, like especially in cartoons. I can't remember how many cartoons there were in that film I saw today that predicted or showed the Twin Towers being attacked in one form or another. Really insane. But the Back to the Future one is like literally tower, wire, explosion, dates, everything.
How about-
Now, there's a movie coming out now called The Wire from the same author as Back to the Future movies, 30 years later. And in the movie Back to the Future, Marty McFly gives Doc a letter, open it in 30 years, he says. And the doctor says, no, I'm not going to do it, and he tears it up. And now it's 30 years later, and that movie comes out.
Did you
Good
see the
point.
video of the plane where the wing
Yeah,
should have been ripped
absolutely.
off by
I've
the
seen it all.
building?
I've seen it all.
And then
I
you
don't even
see
think planes-
other pictures of ducks and birds crashing into wings, and the bloody wing of the plane is just about destroyed.
Yeah.
The nose
When-
cone of a
They should have built the
airline
towers
has
out of
become-
duck.
Sure.
When the designers of them buildings came out and spoke, and they said it should have been it was built to take 4 of those plane hits. I
Yeah.
said, man, something ain't right.
Yeah,
You
it's
know,
like if you have a mosquito net and you take a pencil and stick a hole in it. That's the effect the plane crash has in that building. It won't destroy the whole net. It's going to be a little hole where you put the pen, but nowhere else.
Well, building
Yeah.
7, that's where they really screwed up.
Yeah. Especially with Silberstein's words, we decided to pull it.
All
And
that
everyone who
evidence.
knows anything about demolition knows what pull it means.
There's
Yes.
people that still think, well, they found the terrorist ID. Well,
Yeah.
a desk, a plane wheel, nothing survived that but a plastic
No.
ID from the terrorist. Come on, man.
On top of the pile. An unscathed passport on top of the pile of Muhammad Atta. We have our culprit.
I put out a video. I forgot what it's called. Operation something or something like that. I just put it out a few days ago.
Mhm.
CIA documents that they were going to do that to Cuba, but they used them
Mhm.
plans for Saddam.
Mhm.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
there's so much evidence out now, so I can't believe how anyone can believe the official NIST FEMA story.
Even the one in Hawaii there was an inside job too. Pearl Harbor.
Yeah,
Yes.
I've come so long now in my research and understanding that I don't believe that terrorist attack exist at all, literally.
Nope.
At least
Our
not
own
the big one.
government. is a
They're
terrorist.
all scripted,
Yeah.
and they
It's a
blame it on
terrorist
the
attack,
Muslims,
but
crazy Muslims
from-
with knives.
yeah, it's coming from the government. It's not coming from the bloody people. The people
But
haven't decided to uprise and go and fucking
have you
attack
seen
that.
this researcher called Ole Dammegard? It's a
And I mean,
Swedish,
you know,
Swedish
like,
Danish
no, I
researcher called
haven't
Ole
actually.
Dammegard. He's been pulling the pants down on every fucking incident in the world. Boston Marathon, New York, Drottninggatan, Sweden, everything. He's debunked it all. Utöya in Norway, in Norway with this guy that went out to the island and shot up all those kids.
Damn.
And he's been proving it so much that it's bullshit, all of it. In Boston Marathon, there were people like had their legs blown off and they ran them blocks away in a wheelchair. And it turns out there were amputees from to begin with a false limb on. And it's just bullshit. And people are eating it up like candy. Oh, it's so terrible. It's so terrible. There was another thing in Norway, I think, where somebody shot with a bow and arrow, and a woman had an arrow through her head, and they sat her down on the sidewalk waiting for an ambulance or something. She just sat there like, oh, it's nothing, it's just an arrow through my head. Nothing to bother about.
You know, I wonder, we just had elections over here in the States, and I wonder how many people really went to vote, man. After they gotta know it's BS by now, man. If not, they're truly programmed.
I think all those bloody voting machines are rigged. I don't think they actually bloody use any of the bloody figures that come from the public. I think that's just all a rigged bloody machine.
Exactly. You just take those and throw them away, and then they show the public whatever they come up with.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It was somewhere I was in the States. There, they found somebody found a huge bunch of bloody voting slips that had all been thrown over the side of the bank on the side of a bloody road somewhere. You know. You know, they were prepared to throw the whole bloody shit show over the side and just bloody and rig it anyway. You know, I mean that was the whole intention from the beginning. It's always been rigged. In New Zealand here, we got our Prime Minister's Labour Prime Minister. Well, I mean, she didn't have the bloody all the votes. Nationals are a fairly big bloody like Red and Blue company. Well, bloody company. It is a corporation. But you know, like they're the two powers in New Zealand is Labour and National, Red and Blue, and it's the same fucking coin that the Americans use with the Republicans and the Democrats. It's just it's a color code. It's nothing more. And so you know, these in New Zealand, as I say, the Nationals were they were in front, I would say, at one point, but it didn't come out that way in the end. All the votes, it would seem, everybody in the country voted for the bloody Labour Party. That's a load of crap, you know. We all know that, and yet they won with they won with a flying bloody finish. You know, like they took all the votes. Well, that's a load of shit. And who in this country in their right fucking mind would think that they voted for National, but National didn't get in because there wasn't enough votes? Well, that's a load of shit. There were bloody more. That when the polls were running, National was in front and Labour was behind at one point. What? Where do these statistics come from? It's just a made up load of bullshit.
Yeah, was exactly the same here on the 11th of September when we had our election. The biggest party won by a lot, but not the biggest party in the people's vote for some reason. But these guys have been in power for so long, so they cling on to their power with any means they can.
An interesting thing I wanted to bring up about our the situation here is that the Latter-day Saints. I don't know whether any of you guys watched that thing about Tonga, where Tonga had a volcano eruption.
Yeah, I remember that.
Well, I'll tell you what, Charles, if you can find some people who did a little research into that, you might find somebody with a video that shows that thing going off. And it shows it going off from a satellite in space has took the bloody thing. Now, how did that satellite happen to be in the right place to take that bloody thing, to even, you know, but that's just beside the point for me. Another thing that I really wanted to show was that in the video footage, the first one that came out, I could hear an explosion that sounded like a bomb. And it wasn't just one, it was, I would say there were 6, maybe 7 different explosions.
That's what I was gonna say, Dean.
All pinpoint to a bloody to a bombing experience or a plasma bloody thing or something like that, but nothing to do with a natural volcanic eruption.
That's what I was gonna say, Dean. There's videos that people have of a bomb or something flying into that so-called volcano.
And the way and the other thing about that.
Sea, Charles.
Huh?
Okay, so here we have
sea. We see something goes into the sea.
Yes.
I think it went into a volcano. Or that could have been other videos, but I've seen them go in volcanoes.
Is under the sea. The volcano is under the sea, Charles. So that one's not actually sticking up. So it did go into the sea. And the other thing I would like to point out here is as a correlation to this, right? Because at the moment, I have been, well, there's a lady here in New Zealand that's done a bit of research into the Labour Party and to Jacinda Ardern herself and her family, and they've found out that they are related, there's connections to the Latter-day Saints. Now, an interesting thing that's come up about the Latter-day Saints is that they are now buying out Tonga because it's in debt. So you've got to think to yourself, did they do this all to destroy the economy of that place and then come in and buy it out?
How about Haiti? They killed the leader there because he didn't want to give out the Jizajabo. Then he ended up dead, assassinated or something.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I know the Latter-day Saints changed their names to we're the Mormons, and they changed themselves to Latter-day Saints because of pedophilia problems in the church.
Yeah.
So we can
about that footage with that missile going into the sea. I mean, what are the odds that somebody is pointing a camera at that section of the sea?
I thought about that too.
The second that missile goes in.
Yeah.
That looks fabricated to me, or sounds fabricated to me.
It did. That's what yeah.
Because it's such a small area of the sea we see. We don't see land, we just see water, and something goes into the water and then an explosion.
They like to.
And somebody was just standing there, happened to be filming that little strip of water just that second.
I think the
missile is seen in like 2 or 3 frames. As I said before, that's 24 frames a second.
They like to show people stuff, I think, to desensitize them. So if they see it in real life, they'd be like, I've seen that before. It's nothing. You know, they won't react. There'd be no reaction.
I also think they show us to start rumors that get the people divided. Some people thinking it's a conspiracy, some people believing the government, and they squabble between each other. So we don't come along. Always trying to sow bad seeds between us.
Divide and conquer. Divide and conquer.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And everything is Hegel's dialectic. It's problem, reaction, solution. It's just a matter of the same person providing all three.
Yes, yes, yes.
So they create the problem, and they see that they get the reaction from the people they want, and then they provide the solution for the people.
That's why I said in one of my rhymes, I write rhymes and poetry, I said, they, how'd I say it? They create the problem, then deliver the solution, profit off both ends while we fall for the illusion.
Very good.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, yeah. And but you know, just for me is how far in development would we be if we had never been hijacked? If all this thing had never been removed from us, what kind of people, what kind of beings would we be? Where would we be in existence? In our capabilities, our strength, and our, you know, I mean, these things. I mean, it's a bloody huge question for me. Is where, what, how?
I mean, if we
how
go back to what we
beautiful would
talked
this
about
place
earlier,
be if we'd never been scripted to believe anything so wrong? Yeah.
I think about that too, Dean. All them huge trees the size of cities. This place must have been amazing.
I think our world was like Avatar once.
That's, yeah, exactly.
And so that's where I come back to the point where I really started out in the beginning, and that was shrinkage. I really think
all these huge as mountain mesas they have all over the world, like super flat, 3 mile wide.
Honey, I Shrunk the Kids.
Mountain. Those were trees once. No eroding courses, that flat surface.
Yeah, I still think the shrinking
trees, and they are like 3 miles at the base.
Yeah, I know, like Devil's Towers,
like
you know,
huge ass trees.
They're in Venezuela, is it? Venezuela in South America. I think it's Venezuela.
Devil's Tower.
There were Devil Towers there, but I mean, in Venezuela, there's one that's thousands of miles across at the top of it, on the top of a mountain. But you can see it's an old tree.
How about the cities under the ocean? In China, off the coast, there's pyramids under the ocean.
Yeah.
People could be lit.
We had a question about that in chat earlier from Rosalie.
Yeah, the fish people. There could be species of something living under there for all we know.
Yeah, I think that's taken from the sea people, you know.
I think Atlantis was very much real.
Because why do these...
Yes.
Atlantis and Lemuria and... I mean, as you said, what would happen if we just continued on the path they were on? Because they were provably way more advanced than we are. I mean, they also had like laptops and cell phones and stuff. I've seen like stone tablets or stone inscriptions where people are holding stuff that looks like our laptops or phones or something.
Yes.
I watched this guy. I think the channel is named Divergent. He's from
he's cool.
the UK.
He's cool.
He got a video saying the pyramids were built in the 1800s, and he showed evidence. And I said, man, because there's another channel called Question Everything. His name's Dread. He's been doing it for a while. He was the first channel named Question Everything, and he talked about this about 2 years ago, maybe longer, about Egypt being not as nowhere near as old as they say. And
Yeah, I think I saw that movie on Divergent, but it didn't ring true with me because he was showing like bricks.
yeah,
I mean,
somebody
what
took a
bricks to do
piece.
with the fucking stones in Egypt?
Someone took a piece of the brick, and it was like made out of this. I forgot what he said. It wasn't like the stones they say they are. It was made out of like
Polymer?
something. A cheap styrofoam.
Like a terraform from a giant, even.
Yeah, I think the whole Egypt, you got gypped in Egypt. You know, you got gypped on that one. Just like the word alien, the root word's a lie, is right in the word alien, a lie. That was they created aliens to divert our attention away from the government's technology. And Hitler, I got to stop saying that name, but he had the guy with the mustache had a whole fleet of UFOs. That technology is nothing new.
No,
that's right.
I heard someone say in a movie somewhere that we have non-gravitational levitation vehicles since 1954.
I believe it.
Right.
So
Yeah, well,
we could be like energy free now. We wouldn't need any combustion engines. We wouldn't need cars in the way we have now. But they
How about
buried that.
Cars running
this
on
is
water.
So this is where I'd like to take the conversation to the point of like what they call the reset. And you know, like there are situations, I don't know where you've heard of a guy called Jason Brasiers, but he talks about this event called a Phoenix event. Jay Dreamers, he does another show. He's got
he's good.
Oh my
talks
God.
about the plasma
That guy
event,
believes
right?
that shit is gonna happen.
Right. So let's explore this, because we can say that we know that there's deep underground bases, right? But they call them DUMBs, and we talk
deep
about
underground military bases.
Yes. So if on that note, that a cataclysmic event was known to be arriving, these guys could all just go straight underground, right? And they'll all be ready for it. The whole bloody earth gets wiped out on the top. And then that when everything repairs itself and comes right, like the earth can repair itself, so everything comes right, and then they come back up and they take over. They take over the technology where they left off. Yeah. And this is what I reckon keeps happening, is that every reset, and you look back through all our cultures, every one of those cultures refers to something that changed the whole environment. And if all those are just sequences of resets where they have taken the technology that they had before when they were here, on the surface, and just improved on it every time, right? And now you know, like I've looked at John Levi's work and stuff like this, and other people, and they talk about his orphan trains. Now there were orphan trains that went across America. But some of these trains were they were all children. There was no adults amongst them. Yeah. So you got to wonder, and this is where I have always where they came from, exactly. So I like to always put this out there that, you know, like, people aren't going to stop breeding just because a cataclysmic event happens. And even if they go underground, they're still going to keep breeding, right?
Yeah, I also feel that there's a more sinister thing going on with all these asylums. I think there was a lot of children abuse and women abuse, and they breeded on women and used them like fucking cattle for breeding purposes.
Used them like goyim, which is the term, that the Hebrew term, goyim, cattle. Yeah. and so
then you
I
have all these world fairs.
Finkelstein.
In these world fairs, there were incubator
incubated.
babies.
Thank you. Yes, incubator
Incubator
babies.
Finkelstein.
Where the fuck did they come from? People
I had
paid money to come and see newborns in
Huh.
heaps in glass boxes.
Yeah.
And there was nothing strange about that. It was just the way it was. I don't
Yeah.
understand it at all. Where the
Or
fuck
how-
did those babies come from?
That video. Anyone ever seen that video of Finkelstein? Because you guys brought up Goyam, and
Sounds familiar.
he admitted that these Jewish people that are in control have fooled the world to believe they're the chosen ones, and they're not.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of other things he admitted to. But I had put the interview up on their YouTube, and
Mm-hmm.
it got taken down quick. I'm talking not even a half hour later, they struck it down.
Yeah.
He was talking about the food chains, the fast food, and where our children go, and boom, all that stuff, man.
Yeah,
He
there's
said their
rumors
goal is
that
to wipe out white people.
human remains in McDonald's food, and that doesn't feel good. Knowing
If
you've
it's
eaten
true.
there a few times.
If
So
it's
here's
true,
something
I
for you.
mean,
Here's something for you guys. So that like if they bought these orphans out and they just shipped them everywhere in the world, and like if we understand that all these old buildings were here even before this time began, then
I'm gonna run to
these-
the story. I'll keep talking. The store's only on the corner. I'll be right back in 2 minutes.
Yep.
Okay.
So
Go on, Dean.
we got these orphans that are being shipped around, but like if these old buildings all existed here and they've been here for a lot longer than this time, then how can these races that they say existed in these places not know these buildings existed? Like how could for example, here in New Zealand, if we got Tartarian buildings from a previous time, how can the native people not have those buildings in their history?
So they don't. You mean that their story doesn't tell of any advanced technology or species or whatever?
Yeah. So you got to wonder how did these native stories develop without any of that information in them?
Oh, that's strange. But then again, the really native Aboriginals never ventured into the cities. They were out in the bush.
Yes, I
It
understand
might have
that.
been a city like a few miles away from them, but they never saw it because they never went there.
Yeah.
Because
I mean, I could walk. It'd only take me probably a day and a bit to walk to our major towns from one town to another. You can go from say Wellington to Masterton. It would probably take you a bit over a day to walk it. I feel like the time frames that they tell us are not like they really are. Like they could say that they were here 200 years before the white man arrived. Well, that might be scripted bullshit. That might only mean that they're only here for a bloody maybe long enough to get 2 or 3 generations out.
Is New Zealand's story exactly the same as Australia, claiming to be built by convicts?
No.
Okay.
No. A lot of it.
There were
convicts too, but it doesn't have the convict story here. We don't have the convict story.
Okay. But you've seen these ladies I was talking about. They tell the story the way it's taught in school, and they say that the first ship arrived then and then, and they forgot to bring material and tools, and then they have to wait another, I think it was 2 years before there was another ship with tools and materials to build anything. How the fuck did they
Yeah.
survive for 2 years with nothing?
Exactly.
And then all of a
So-
sudden, and
So
then
we
all of a
really
sudden
got
they
to
built these huge ass stone castle-like buildings.
how the
With
hell could
material
a
they
man with
brought
a
on the
horse and
ship.
cart drag around huge blocks of stone? And
Yeah.
you know, when you look at the bloody building sites, there wasn't even stone chip lying around. I've done heaps of buildings with stone, and I know the amount of rubble that's left behind after I finish a job. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the whole his story is pure bullshit. We don't know anything, or we haven't been taught anything about nothing. We only been taught
Exactly.
about
Yeah.
what king and queen ruled where and who they conquered and who they laid in bed with and what children they had and blah blah blah. Nothing substantial, just bullshit. Monarch bullshit.
And even to say that the bloodline is pure in the royal household, when we knew damn well that the men were all over the bloody palace, bloody romping with whatever woman they could find. Yeah.
Yeah. But those women never become part of the court though. And neither
No,
will their
exactly.
offspring. Their
Mm,
offspring will always be bastards.
mm.
But when they kind of marry for real or whatever, then they marry within the bloodlines. And they've been doing that for ages.
Yeah. And I mean, you know, like the stories about the Queen, you know, like, you know, she's not long passed away, but there are other stories, people talking about how she's been dead for bloody years, and it's only human blood that keeps her alive. But you know, like,
Yeah, there's rumors about clones and she's been dead and
yes,
whatnot. And she's clearly been into the occult for all her life. She became a druid in her 30s or something like that, or 20s or whatever it was.
right, yeah. Well, I mean, I hadn't actually heard of that, so that's new information for me, actually, Eddie. I didn't know.
I'm not gonna say exactly what year, but there's video we was just a photo of her at some druid ceremony when she received some degree or acknowledgement or something, anointment or
Right,
whatever it is.
yeah. Yeah, I see
She was
where you're
young
going.
anyway.
Right. So basically, it's a ritual. It's all based around a ritual, isn't it?
Yeah, druids are some occultist thing, and there's a lot of occultism around these figures that rule the world, like the Skull and Bones and Committee of
Yes.
300 and Freemasons and Odd Fellows. And Odd Fellows, people say, but those are just charity people. They do good and blah, blah, blah. Have you seen the video about the Odd Fellows and the orphanage and the asylums?
Yes, I have. Yeah.
If you haven't seen it, I can send it to you.
Yeah, you can
And
send it
Albert
to me, but
Pike,
I think I have seen some of it.
and
Yeah,
Albert
you
Pike,
know,
who founded the Freemason, he was also in Odd Fellows.
Albert Pike, that's him. Yep.
So
Yep.
Odd Fellows is not anything better than Freemasons. And I don't want to
Yeah.
have anything to do with them.
Me neither. Me neither. Yeah.
So you probably don't know, but we started like a new political party in Sweden that's a bit like the one in Switzerland where the people get to vote in lots of questions, but we wanted people's votes on everything they vote on in parliament. The people should be able to vote on as well. But we had to form like
Renegade talking about something like this.
Yeah,
So carry
we
on.
had to form a party to be able to do that. even though we're not politicians and we don't intend to come into parliament and play politicians, all we want is the people's voice into parliament. But anyways, now it turns out that our so-called party has a few members that are odd fellows. So I completely lost all interest in it.
Yeah, well, there
So
you go. I mean,
Renegade said, like, maybe Oddfellows is using this people's movement to recruit new people into Oddfellows.
well, there you go. I mean, I did actually talk to him about that. I didn't actually say, well, you know, I remember talking to him about this.
I was even on
And
the
I
list
was
for the parliament.
wondering whether it was really people run or whether there was actually an influence coming in from outside. So there you go. I mean, an influence from the Oddfellows, you can definitely say that that is the influence that they were using to steer that back into their court, so to speak. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. So right now, I don't care about anything. As I said, there's a huge ass manifestation worldwide tomorrow called "I can't afford winter" in other countries and "Jag har inte råd med vintern" in Swedish, which means the same thing. It's just Swedish word for the same thing.
Yes.
And it's one of my friends that actually gonna host the thing in Sweden, but I'm not gonna attend.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't really. I mean, I've been to a couple of protests in my life. I tend to look at them as another government way of finding out how to control us. You know.
Yeah.
Every time we make a move, they look at that move. They see all the bloody faculties involved in it, and then they build on that to have something to reply against us when we come at them next time. You know?
Yeah, or they lead it themselves. Lenin said that the best way to control the opposition is to lead it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
yeah.
I'm very skeptical till all these worldwide things that are running under the same banner, if you will, same leaders, feels really weird.
Yes. So when they come, when that comes crashing down, then we're going to see some really. We're going to see how they manipulated everything. But until that point, we have to find all the what do you call it, the foundations of this thing, and find ways to collapse those foundations. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm answering chat. Yeah, lapses, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Lapis, not lapses, lapis. Lapis blue.
Yeah, lapis blue.
Is that a known person?
And it directs our energy where they want it to go. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
So they basically they use our en masse energy to push whatever they're putting forward. So basically, it's the cognitive dissonance that people have that keep their plays in operation, isn't it?
Now Charles is back. I heard him.
Yeah. Sorry, I took a little while.
It doesn't matter. We've been talking along.
I think this is great that I could connect with people all over the plane. That's what I love about this, man. Connecting with people from all over besides the States.
You give me goosebumps when you say that, you know. I actually I call them my God bumps, but they're my
Spidey senses.
My point of recognition, my truth, my depth, you know.
I call them the Spidey senses. They're like antennas. Our hair is like antennas.
Yeah.
I just feel it's really hard to know who you can trust. Some people say that whatever this what is Kennedy Jr. or something says, it's just bullshit because he's like a shill. They say the same thing about Max Egan. I don't know if you know who Max Egan is or
Yes,
familiar
I
with
do
his
know
work.
Max.
So what are your feelings about him?
Who?
I like him. I like Max Egan. In fact, he was an Australian. He's actually moved over. I think he's living in Mexico now.
Wait,
But
Max
before the-
Egan's the guy from Australia?
Yes, he's
Yeah,
from Australia.
it's an old guy.
It
I
wasn't-
like him, but people say he's also a shill, same as David Icke.
Hey, I've been called an agent, and that's my real name, Charles Waz. People could look my records up. I ain't no agent.
So
I'll tell people that.
what are your thoughts on David Icke?
He speaks some truth, but yeah, like you said, he's definitely put there by the higher ups. He's a puppet for sure. Just like Alex Jones, aka Bill Hicks,
Mm-hmm.
and all these people
Joe Rogan.
are distractions.
Joe
Yeah,
Rogan,
they're
yep.
Kanye
Yep.
West distraction.
Yep.
People are thinking,
So-
oh, they're speaking out about it. They're doing something. No, they're not. They're distracting you to make you believe that.
Mhm.
So you don't say something.
That's what I find so hard. Who the fuck can we trust?
Yeah.
That was in Obama's one of his speeches that some guy had posted that he was also talking about sitting in the basement and put an earpiece in and have somebody be president while he tells them in the ear what to do. And he said to flood the country with so much propaganda that people don't know who to trust, and that's what they're doing.
That question, there you go. Who do
He
you
also
trust?
said in some speech, we don't have time for flat earth discussions or something like that.
Yeah, just like they say, don't talk about, like I said, politics or religion, they start talking about flat earth, it'll destroy their whole pile of theories, their comic book theories, their imagination that beyond imagination. I don't know what to call it. When you look up gravity, it says the theory of gravity, which just is
Yeah, I had a
buoyancy and
conversation
density.
with someone the other day that most of what we are taught in school are theories. The theory of gravity, the theory of evolution, the theory of species. Everything is a theory. Well, in my book, a theory is something that you don't know for sure, but you think it's that way.
Yeah.
Just like that guy you mentioned earlier, Professor Dave. Well, there's that other guy, the flat earther, Dave. Forgot his last
Dave
name.
Weiss.
Yeah,
David
he went
Weiss.
on. He went on Professor Dave's, and all
Yeah, I
Professor
know.
Dave did was regurgitate theories and call Dave Weiss names, and he looked like
Yeah.
a clown. A clown. That's all
Yeah,
Professor
but I've
Dave
seen
is
so
a
many
clown.
videos with David Weiss, and when he talks to Globers, and they are dumbfounded afterwards, most of them.
Yeah, that's good. Most Globers don't even know the mathematics of how fast the Earth's spinning 1,000 miles to the east and how far the sun is from the Earth. They don't even know none of that, but they disprove.
But I think that the speed
flat
of the
Earth.
Earth spin 1,000 miles, that's irrelevant compared to the other speeds they say we move in. You know
Yeah.
that hypersled David Weiss shows,
Yeah.
and
You
he
don't-
says
you don't-
like we are moving 100 times that,
Yeah, they say you
and
don't
yet we
feel it,
don't feel anything.
but you feel a roller coaster ride.
Yeah, you feel roller coaster. You feel anything.
Yeah.
Slightest movement, you feel it.
Or
Well,
they say
You know,
you don't know
that's
you're
a
upside
contradiction,
down.
right? That's a
I
contradiction
even
right
feel-
there. It's a contradiction right there when we've got seismic machines that can read the smallest tremor of an earthquake. You
Mhm.
know, how the bloody hell would that thing even operate if there was any movement outside as
And
well?
people
You know,
comparing it to if you jump inside a bus, do you fly backwards towards the back of the bus when you do that? No. So they compare us being in this vacuum that surrounds the ball
Hold on.
Earth.
I
So it
ride the
doesn't
bus
matter
every
that we
morning.
move.
I ride the bus every morning, and when she hits the gas pedal, I jerk backwards. So I don't know about that jumping in the bus and you don't move. Yeah, you
Yeah, but
do.
if you stand in the middle of the bus when she's going 100 and you jump, you land at the same spot. You don't fly
Yeah,
to the end of the bus.
back in
And
the
that's
butt.
what they
Yeah,
say about the our environment or our world, that it's all an enclosed system. So we move in 100,000 miles an hour together with the sun.
See,
You don't feel it because it's a closed system.
they mix truth with a lie. We are an enclosed system, but we're not moving
Yeah,
anywhere.
yeah. But they
yeah,
say the atmosphere is blah 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 something something, and then people say about what about flights? If we're spinning east 1,000 miles, wouldn't it take longer to fly west to east back against the wind or against the spin?
I used to question
And
the upside down thing too in Australia,
yeah,
but when I was
I do
younger, I
that all
never
the time.
challenged. You challenge the teacher, and they would say you're wrong, and you put trust into these people, and then you realize it was
Yeah,
all a
people don't
sham.
have any answers. They just believe what they're taught.
Yeah, that's the
I also
problem.
tell people that the difference between flat earthers and globers is flat earthers, a lot of them are doing their own investigations. They go out and buy good binoculars or a good camera and they do measurements and they do laser tests and whatnot. I have never heard of a glober trying to prove anything
Yeah, they
because they
just
can't.
regurgitate theories. You're right.
They can't
They
prove anything because
they
it's just a bunch of baloney numbers that nobody can check.
yeah they'll draw stuff on paper because I proved it on paper because they don't do real science experiments. You're
Yeah.
right.
And it's always 66666 in all the numbers.
Yeah.
Even the tilt of the so-called Earth axis is 23.4 degrees. It just happens to be 66.6 from 90.
Huh.
Isn't that strange?
so basically,
I
we
mean,
can bring
it's
every.
so fucking in your face when you start looking at it. It's just
I
ridiculous.
know.
Yeah, when they
I
say don't
know.
question, I
But you
question.
got to look at your own idiosyncrasies when you fucking of all the things that you believed in, and just because of somebody told you to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
About idiosyncrasies. Have you seen the movie Idiocracy or whatever it's called?
No, I haven't.
No.
You have to see it. You have to see it. It's fucking hilarious because it's way, way over the top, but it's pretty much how we feel compared to the sheeple. Because this
Yeah.
guy that's been sent to the future, and the future people are dumb as fuck, all of them. Even the president is like the hobo down the street in intelligence, or the hobo is probably more intelligent. But anyways,
Yeah.
there are like complete idiots, all of them, and they're only glued to the screen and don't believe anything and blah blah blah. And this guy comes to the future being a nobody today, and there he's like the smartest person alive. It's a really good movie. It's called Idiocracy.
I got to
Yeah.
check that
Well,
out. I might have seen it.
I can understand how that can come about because every day I see irony everywhere. And irony to me, it's just ironic bullshit that just keeps flooding into the mind. They keep flooding this bloody irony into our minds. Everything you could say, just about everything is a program to misdirect.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me mute up. Sorry, I'm trying to cook these burgers and talk.
And
I mean, talk.
as we
Listen.
probably talked before, a lot of movies are actually showing the truth, but people think it's so way out there, so they don't believe it as truth. It's just fiction. But it's not.
Yeah,
Like the
I mean,
movie,
you know,
like the movie
you
They
really
Live.
like sometimes you really like a Glober to be in amongst you, so that you could, buddy, really nut out some serious thought, with these people.
One of the best movies that proves this is They Live. That's great.
What was that?
They Live with Roddy Piper.
Oh yes.
Great movie. It's so like the world we live in.
I've never been a real movie watcher. I mean, I have watched a few movies. Because I've been a hunter and an outdoorsman most of my life, when everybody else has been watching movies, I've been out bloody in the outdoors,
Yeah, that's good on you. Because movies are just predictive programming anyway, or keeping us occupied with something which really shouldn't.
Yeah,
Instead of learning something.
I remember being with some mates one time. We were all watching this bloody movie, and about halfway through, I said, stuff this. I'm getting the dogs. I'm going hunting. I'm going hunting. Yeah. And they go, oh, you're just going in this is the part. This is the real part, then. Yeah, but it's just bullshit.
just think of all the people watching all the soap operas and all the what's it called, real life documentaries like Big Brother, Bachelor, Bachelorette, X on the Beach, stuff like that. They're sitting there night after night after night watching episode after episode of the same shit over and over and over. Or how about the English show, Emmerdale Farm?
There's something really sad in that too, guys, because I mean, I know people that are special needs, right? They're not they're not regular people like you and I. They don't have access to the brain, the same mental capacities that we have.
Your wife's sister or whatever it was.
Yes, and so like she can actually get caught up in some of these TV programs where she actually believes that she believes what's happening on the other side. She actually believes they're real people in a real town, and to me, it hurts me. It hurts me to know. It hurts me to know that there are people who don't have the mind capacity to separate this stuff, and how they are their whole reality has been shifted by bullshit, and that's really pains me. That really pains me.
There are actually people out there that really hate another person because they played a character was bad.
Yeah. I know,
they can't differentiate between the person and the role they're playing in a movie or a TV series. That makes the person bad.
You ever sit in front of a TV?
Sad, to me, that's so sad because that's so wrong.
Yeah.
There's been times I sit in front of a TV when I used to watch it. I honestly don't have a TV in my living room or in my room. I don't own one. I won't buy one. Because I rather choose what I want to watch, and but I used to catch myself zoned out into the TV, not knowing my surroundings. I was so zoned into the TV, I was drooling, just like those pictures you see, because it hypnotizes you.
Yeah, and especially us men, we don't even flinch or switch channels when the commercials come on. You just sit there, watch everything that comes on. Just, what are you watching? Your spouse might ask you. I don't know.
Like, I don't even watch sports. I think 99% of it's rigged.
Yeah, that's another thing. When we're talking about people getting angry and stuff, like, how can grown-up people be angry at another team so they want to kill them because somebody kick the football into the wrong goal or whatever it might be. They want to kill the referee.
Or how about they're
Come
getting
on,
$200
Pedro.
million or 50 to 80 million a year to play with balls,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and doctors are good
Or
doctors,
how they
real
treat
good,
players
get
that
paid
want to
nothing.
change team. Oh, so he's such a traitor. He's going to that other team. Fuck him, blah, blah, blah. They don't realize that this is a fucking job to them. Of course they go into another team because the other team might pay better or give better benefits in some form or other.
Sports used to be about winning a championship, getting that ring. Now it's about who gets the biggest paycheck.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for the least amount of work.
Yep.
But
Like
it's,
the biggest
it's the
footballers.
same irony, though, Charles. It's the same
If
irony.
you take
I think
the most famous footballers, how many minutes a game do they play?
Not a lot.
40 minutes?
Not a lot.
40 minutes.
Sports to me used to be real. Sports in the 80s to me was played like a sport. Like they really challenged each other. Now it's about, I think it's a distraction.
Yeah, it's like Lapis says, it's bread and circuses.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's just to
like
keep the masses occupied so they can rule them and do whatever the fuck they want with them.
Giving them
Yeah.
an award. You want a cookie? Here's your Red Sox Yankee game.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, but
I
it's
mean,
to keep people complacent and obedient because they go to their work, they go home, eat their dinner, go see the match, then they come home tired, maybe have a shower, go to bed, go to work, and repeat, rinse and repeat. Maybe make love to the wife every now and then, but no other interests outside of that, so they can actually learn something and become something other than a factory worker or whatever it is they're doing. It's all by design. They don't want people to think. They want slaves.
Mm.
And they have slaves. Lots of them.
And they have. Yeah, bloody hell, yeah. In mass they have them.
Yeah.
Mm.
And Rockefeller, I think it was Rockefeller, said that I don't want thinking people. I want workers or something like that.
Yeah.
We're just supposed to be bright enough to be able to handle the job, not more than that.
I like to, well, I think that technology has removed us from our real powers.
Absolutely.
I think
100%.
Yeah. And that's where I believe that some person came up with some technology that they could control others with, and they just keep exemplifying on it all the time.
It's made us lazy.
Yeah.
Very lazy. Like people
It
got
has.
electric cars that drive themselves. They're too lazy to drive their own damn car.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's it in a nutshell, really, is we just stripped
Exactly,
it away.
Lapis. In the name of convenience. Exactly.
Yes, yes.
That's what they
And
tell people now with the jabs and the chips in their hand and stuff. People think it's so convenient to be able to unlock their house door or their office door or taking out money or not taking out, paying in the store by just waving their hand. It's so convenient. But they don't realize that it's very convenient for the rulers as well. If you disobey, they just turn it off.
yeah.
But they can't see that side of the coin.
Mm.
They only see the convenience. And
I mean, you get some people talking like, I've heard bloody men talking, women talking, and they say, "Oh yeah, no, I'm bloody pleased I got a washing machine. I'm bloody pleased that I've got a tractor, But when we look back And I mean, I can go back to my mother's time. I don't have to go back 3 generations. I only need to go back to my mother's time and see that my mother used a bloody hand washing device to wash the clothes. She didn't have a washing machine. She didn't have a bloody electric stove. She had to cook. She had to make everything. She made butter. She made tea. She made bread. These things, they're all conveniences today. We don't have the same workload ethic that our great grandparents and our parents had. And, you know, like, when people say, oh, fuck, I'm tired as I'm fucked, I think to myself, well, fuck, what the fuck did my mother feel like? If these bastards are tired and all they've done is worked on machinery that's doing it for them, what the fuck was my mother going through? Because, fuck, she didn't have no machines to do it for her. She had to do it all herself.
Yeah. I think people from 100 years back must have been so much more endurable than we are, because people are just, I don't know how to pronounce it or what word to use, but you understand what I mean.
Lazy.
Yeah, they're scripted into believing that, hey, look, well, I can get the machine to do it for me. I've got a bit of time to go and have a cup of tea and a yarn with me mates on the phone, you know?
I mean, we could use all the fucking technology we have today to something good, to free up people more. So we don't have to work 8 hours a day. But we don't do that.
Well, yeah, I kind of feel like the physicality of our bodies is necessary for even our own mind health. You know,
You mean exercise?
Exercise, absolutely.
Absolutely.
You know?
Absolutely.
Our body is made to move. It's not made to bloody sit in one spot. We'd have no joints. What's the point of having a bloody joint if you don't have to do anything?
Yeah.
You know?
I'm guilty of sitting still a lot.
Well, I do too myself. I mean, sometimes I find myself sitting around and
in any shape.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. But it's scripted into our minds, Eddie, so that we actually just think, oh, bugger it, I'll leave it till tomorrow, you know. And
I'm a master procrastinator.
Yeah. So, well, it actually makes the world construct sort of kind of makes us into that kind of thinking, because procrastinate, because, you know, like, you've got this mindset that, oh, well, if I don't do it today, it's not no biggie, you know. And I do it myself. I procrastinate all the bloody time. I should be bloody digging my garden and then getting my spuds in. But yeah, the procrastination we can use it as an escape mechanism, really.
I saw a great TED talk about how a professional procrastinator works. Really good. I'm gonna find it and send it to you.
Okay.
I'm gonna probably stop in like 5 minutes.
Okay.
We've been going like 4.5 hours.
Your Telegram, Dean.
Hey, it goes too fast there, Charles.
Huh?
Time goes too fast when you
No, it does. I enjoyed this 4 hours. Usually I'm researching or doing something, but I enjoy this. I'm gonna go live tomorrow too. But I haven't eaten yet today, and my stomach is growling.
Well, we'll let you go, because I respect you, sir, and I appreciate you even more. So
anytime, you guys are welcome, man. Anytime. I appreciate you guys coming through and chopping it up for sure.
So Charles, take a look before you shut down. Make sure you copy all the links in the chat.
Yes, I'm going to do that myself.
About the procrastination.
And thank you, Lapis
It's
Blue, and
called,
everybody in the chat.
Tim Urban, Inside the Mind of the Master Procrastinator. 14
Did you
minutes.
send
It's
it?
brilliant.
I got a private chat. Was it sent there? There's like 8.
Yes.
Let me look.
It's in the chat. It's
Okay, yeah, I see it.
StreamYard. So you had
Okay,
a
I
lot of
see it.
links there now.
Yes. So
I don't
wonder if
think
I
you can get to those after you close down the stream.
I'll hit each one when I'm done before I fully close it, and then if some are
Yeah.
Wikipedia. Damn,
Yeah,
that
it's
sucks that I
about
can't
that fruit.
save it. I wonder. Hold on. Let
about
me see if
that
I could
fruit.
copy them. I
Yeah,
could
just
maybe
copy all of
copy. Yeah, that's what I was gonna do, and then. Okay, yeah, it's letting me. You know how?
I'm going to screenshot them all.
I've sent
Yeah,
them
but-
on your Telegram, Dini.
Oh, thank
That's
you.
what. Yeah, I just did that, but why won't it let me? I
I got
highlighted
your
it.
Telegram from Renegade.
I highlighted them all. Oh, there we go. Copy.
But I can send them, Charles, I can send them in your Telegram as well, so you don't have to.
Okay.
Oh, thank you, Eddie. I just got them I just seen a notification come through. Thank you, Eddie.
That's okay.
What time is it good for you guys during the day? Because I know you guys are what? How many hours ahead or behind?
I'm at 10:23 a.m.
Wow, it's 4:23 over here p.m.
And I'm just the opposite of Dean. So I'm 10:23 at night, p.m.
So he's about
He's
6
12
hours
hours
behind,
I'm
and you're
12
6
hours
ahead
in front.
for me.
I'm
Wow.
12 hours in front of Eddie.
So this would be perfect if we could get someone from South America, somebody from Africa, and we could all be on this live and look at the moon at the same time or something.
Yeah,
Do you
moon and
know
the sun.
someone in
Yeah.
Africa?
Huh?
Do you know someone in Africa?
No, I'm hoping, and South America, so we could cover, because New Zealand's near Australia, so that's perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need somebody from South America, way at the bottom.
And somebody from Africa.
Yep.
And somebody from
Hawaii, maybe.
Yeah, Hawaii. Yep. Just
Iceland?
different. Iceland, yes.
Iceland, Greenland, but
Yeah.
Sweden's kind of near there too.
You know, guys. Oh, I just want to put this up that about 3.5, nearly 4 years ago, a friend of mine on Facebook, we got together on Messenger, and we picked up a person from Australia, a person from South Africa, another person in the UK, and he was in America, and we all took pictures of the sun or the moon at different times, you know. But
Okay.
this was real interesting, because my friend in California was watching the sun go down, and we were in live, so we could see his sun, and I was
Wow.
watching the sun come up in New Zealand, right?
Wow.
And it was fucking amazing, Charles, Eddie, because that really showed me that there wasn't a ball. I wasn't looking through no ball, and that he was
Sun
looking
doesn't
at the
go up
same.
and down. It goes away. It comes towards.
Yes. Yeah, so that was real cool. That was a real cool experience, because here we all were. We could see it. And Kilo, the guy in California, he screenshot my picture of the sun coming up and his shot of the sun going down. And it was so fucking powerful for me that I ran to the neighbor's place with my phone and was showing him, because he's just coming home from work, and like it was early in the morning. And he says, "What are you talking about?" And I says, "My mate, he's in California and he's looking at the sun. It's a sun, mate." And so how can you explain a globe if he's looking at the sun and he's at the top and we're at the bottom, how can he'd be looking at the sun and we look at the sun? And he just looked at me, he shook his head and said, fuck this, I'm going inside. But yeah, we can do something similar, guys. We can.
Yeah, those are real science experiments.
Yeah. Yeah, so see you around, guys.
All right,
Peace.
Eddie. All right, Dean. Peace
Peace
out.
it.
Peace out to everyone in the
So
chat.
now you
I
have
will
a
go
lot of
live
links to
tomorrow
watch
for
and-
sure.
Whenever I find
in the
something,
chat.
I'll post it on your telegrams.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
See you.
Stay gifted, guys.
Same to you.
Peace out. Peace.
Peace out. Bye, chat, and thanks for the questions.
Peace
Yeah,
out to
thank you,
everyone in
Stan.
the chat too.
Yep.
Peace.